Hey, yo. Guten Morgen, Castonia. You've done it. You've reclaimed the first spot. Back on top. Things are looking up. Winners win. Yeah, well done. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave it hanging for ages on the stream there. I literally got a phone call like just as I was about to let me turn my Bluetooth off. Yeah, sorry, I got a phone call like just as I was about to start the stream, so I was like so yeah, how am I doing? I am all good, thank you. I am all good. I am yeah, had a nice weekend. Yeah, basically went away, hired like a big house with friends for the weekend. So there's like 8 of us staying in a big country house. So that was quite fun. Like just lots of food, lots of hanging out. It rained loads, so we didn't get to go out much. But then the road going to the house flooded, and it was a massive puddle. And so yeah, I was like, we were unaware if we could actually drive out. Hang on, I've got a photo of it. I'll show you guys. Let me just send it to myself real quick. But yeah, so we thought we were like maybe locked in because of the flood. So that was semi exciting. You know how these things are. Low key excitement. Let me grab that photo. But yeah, otherwise I'm good. I feel chill, feel rested. I was looking forward to coming back on stream today, which is always a good sign. Yeah, so hang on. I'm here on Photoshop. Yeah, this is so this ended up being really quite deep. The middle was like maybe about halfway to my knee. So it was quite deep, and yeah, we did manage to drive through it in the end. I just drove through it super fast. So yeah, it was good. It was good fun. And yeah, it's my friend's dog, Pete. Good dog. Certified good dog. Good boy. So yeah, there we go. Good weekend. So that being said, hang on, let's put this back on like full screen. I am going to continue with this today, but we got some other things to do first. I'm going to do a study that is basically going to be the sky for this, or the start of the sky for this. I was having a bit of trouble like making up the sky. I have like in mind what I want. I found a photo that has some nice elements to it and a good amount of what I want, but obviously it's a different shape and slightly different perspective. So I'm going to do kind of like it's like a half study, half makeup sky thing in a separate file, and then we'll bring this in and work with it from there. And so after that study, I'll do that for about an hour. Then I'll jump on. I'm going to do like an hour of paint overs. So I've got 4 paint overs to do today, from the mentor Discord, and yeah, then I'll jump back into this illustration with a new study, and we'll carry on with this. Castonia, I saw you had a question there. Where was it? What happened with the main illustration, by the way? Nothing's happened with it. We're going to go back to it. It's just I did QWERTY Shish. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, nothing's happened with it. We are going to get back to it and paint it. It's just, yeah, I got a bit kind of carried away with environments, and it's just something I was like, oh, I want to paint these, so I'm just going to paint them. But I will go back to that one. I promise I'll go back to it. But yeah, just the environments have really got me at the moment, so I'm doing environments. That's all it is, really. And it's I have a problem with attention span. All right, then, who else is here? Zero, hello. Jewel, hello. We'll get to your paint overs in a bit. Crone, Guten Morgen. Alex Heath, Guten Morgen. Crone Art, welcome to the stream. And whoa, from QWERTY Shish, welcome. Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. All right then. That being said, so basically what I've done here is I have taken the perspective grid from this image, and I've put it into a new file. This X marks where my kind of main focal point is, and this is kind of the general shape that the clouds... you can't park there, sir. General shape of where the clouds are going to be. And yeah, I like this reference quite a lot. As you can see in this one, I have sort of like a bank of cloud here and sort of a bank of clouds here, and they are forming the, I guess, the sort of compositional framing of the shipwreck. And so that's sort of two, I guess, like shapes that I wanted the clouds to have to sort of basically highlight a bit more where the ship is, and so on. And I think this photo that I found, Natasha Nanook, thanks for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Don't be shy. Say hello. So, as you can see here, the clouds on this side, they have that sort of less detailed, more of a sort of bank of rainy cloud that I wanted. And then on this side, you know, it has a little bit more of that sort of curvature, this kind of curvature in here. So imagine these shapes, but it's kind of a bit more like these clouds. That's basically going to be the essence of the study that I do here, that I'll take back over and put into that image. But I just wanted to do it this way to, yeah, make it a little bit easier. Sheesh, this looks awesome. Hi. Thank you. Much appreciated. So yeah, let's get into this. And like I said, I got my perspective grid from that picture in here, so I can somewhat plan what's going on a little bit. You might think like never shy. Yeah, you might think it's a bit like overkill to have a perspective grid for clouds, but it really is very helpful, because you might think, oh, clouds, they're just sort of big shapeless masses, right? What's really what could really go wrong in terms of the perspective with the clouds? But the thing is, you know, the clouds are just sort of huge structures, right? And depending on where we are, like we could stand under them and we're seeing the underside of them, right? And if I look like down towards the horizon, you know, I'm going to start seeing more and more of the like front face of those clouds, even though they're not, you know, cubes or anything reminiscent of that. It really does make sense to think of them in perspective as they are. And it's very easy to paint clouds as like a sort of a flat sort of image that sits behind, you know, all of your stuff in the foreground. And it can really look flat and kind of, you know, compress the image, and it can also really mess with the scale. So actually is quite important, I think, to acknowledge that they are in perspective, and, you know, acknowledge the distance that they actually are from the camera at a certain point. I think you'll see like quite a bit of an improvement in your images, you know, that have sky, if you pay attention to this stuff. it can be ultimately what makes the difference. So just bear that in mind. Reminds me of Philip Ulrich's art. He does the cloud shapes really well. Ooh, I'll have to look that up. I do love clouds. Quite often when I'd go out landscape painting, I'd end up not being able to sort of find a subject that I wanted to paint, and end up painting clouds quite a bit. I'd say what if I'm being real about it, what really happens is I'd get in a massive strop, and end up painting clouds. That's the truth right there. Me, stroppy, yeah. Yeah, that nothing would make me crash out more than landscape painting, like plein air painting outside with oils. If you want to, don't know if I'd have such a massive crash out now, but back then, oof. Yeah, back then, generational crash out. So I'm, again, if you're new here, I usually start the stream with some studies, and these studies are like pretty much something I'm struggling with in the main image that I'm working on. So in this one, we have the clouds blocked in, but it is actually something I needed to come back to. So that's why we're doing this study here. And then I'll directly sort of take this study and put it into the image and work on it some more. But I wanted to do it separate from the image to, well, A, keep it as a study in the beginning, and B, sort of, yeah, just get into the mode of painting something, not worrying about whether it fits in the image so much in the beginning, and then we'll take it over to the image and, warp it, make it work for us in that sense. But I'll be stylizing the shapes here as the shapes in this image. They're all very stylized, trying to keep the sort of visible brush strokes in everything. It's essentially, don't want it to be like some super detailed painting overall. It just doesn't really fit my style. I'm all about trying to find a sort of a style at the moment that is much quicker to paint, and a bit more reliant on like visible brush strokes and graphic shapes and so on. Having done years and years of really quite detailed rendering and detailed illustrations and stuff like that, and that having quite a bit of an effect on my ability or even want to do personal work, because it takes so long that for me now it's really about trying to find like a style that is more manageable, and that means I can finish something a lot quicker and move on, and hopefully get a bit more personal work done. Like I said, I mostly do very large marketing illustrations with lots of characters, lots of action, and sometimes really quite big environment stuff in the background, and they can take months and months and months to paint, and it's really fun, obviously, but at a certain point you do get pretty burnt out on the whole rendering stuff, and so then when I would go to do personal work and I have to think like, oh damn, I gotta spend months like doing all this, it just really makes me not want to do it. So trying to find a style now that is quicker and you know, just more engaging for me, I guess. Hey, welcome, Ace. Unfortunately, Castonia beat you today for the first spot, so the competition's back on. But welcome. Zero. The ship shapes are lovely. How do you do such dynamic shapes? I think to be honest, it is something you have to concentrate on. And I didn't always I wasn't always able to make dynamic shapes so easily. And I think the I guess the main thing is, right, I'm right-handed, and so I find it most comfortable, let's do this in red, I find it most comfortable to do strokes in this direction, like this, okay? This is, if you like, the easiest direction for me to draw strokes in, this way and probably this way, right? Which is fine. If you're left-handed, you're most likely going to be the opposite. Okay, it's more likely to be something like this, and that is your like hand style, let's say. The problem is, if you are constantly just doing shapes in these directions like this, your images are going to get very stale very quickly. The tendency for us to do the same directions, same length of strokes, same width of strokes, is very high, because you're limited in the range of movement, where your hand is on your tablet, and just what you're comfortable doing. So that being said, what I try and do a lot of the time is when I paint shapes, so like I'll block some stuff in like this, but what I'll then start to do is take this cloud, it's on its own layer. I will take this, I will use something like the warp tool, and I start to alter my shapes in a way that I wouldn't actually draw them, right? So I'd sort of draw stuff out first, and this is what I did with the sails here and the boat and all of this, etc. is I drew it out one way, and it looks very, very samey. Like I said, my hand style is in it. But then I took those individual shapes and I distorted them with free transform, or I warp them with free transform, and I start to get shapes that are different from what my natural hand style would produce. And this starts to look a little bit more dynamic, because it's not the same kind of shape and stroke the whole time. The other thing that I always try and bear in mind, if I'm creating shapes, I'm always trying to look for big, medium, small. I don't want to create 3 shapes that are the same size, same width, going the same direction. I want to create differences in their sizing, in their shapes, in their direction, and these variations, coupled with the warping and the distortion, create dynamic shapes, because I'm creating things that are more unique than what my general hand style will produce. And this comes a lot with practice, but it comes a lot with being very conscious about what you're doing. So in one way, draw the shapes down that you're looking to draw, and then consciously go back and ask yourself, do I have like big, medium, small? What are the groupings like? Are the spacings between everything the same? Are the widths of the strokes the same? Are the lengths of the strokes the same? do they all have the same curvature? Am I going from like thick to thin across a shape, and so on? And it's almost like a checklist that you can have in the beginning, that if you make a conscious effort to do so, after a while it will become muscle memory. Like doing this kind of thing with these shapes is now something I just more unconsciously do, but because I spent time, you know, making sure that this stuff was in there, and this overall starts to give you much more dynamic shapes and you know, the ability to create interesting rhythms and, you know, things that don't become too similar to your hand style, and so on. And I do it with everything now, and overall it starts to just have this much cleaner, more dynamic feel to it. I guess the other thing is, like this composition, the whole thing was essentially underpinned by some graphic shapes. I did go into it in the last stream, but essentially this whole composition is geared to making you look at even the rocks on the ground, you know, and then we've got these shapes here, obviously. But there is kind of a central energy to this, where basically most lines in the illustration are radiating towards or away from this point. And then obviously the values back this up as well. A bit later on there's going to be a little bit more saturation through here. That's also going to back that up. And there is a nice kind of thing where this is quite detailed, but the sky around it is quite undetailed, and so on. So the design of this, from the graphic shapes all the way to now the colors, the saturation, the leading lines, all of this is pulling you here in a dynamic way, and obviously the shapes are part of that, but that's just one little aspect of it. So yeah, it like I said, it's being aware of it in the beginning is step one, and then obviously making sure to have a mental checklist of stuff to do and check for in your illustration is really going to help when it comes to figuring this out and making it become more muscle memory. But like with everything, it has to be a conscious process first. You have to consciously look at the illustration and ask yourself questions, and you know, go through a checklist of things that you want to be in there, you know, big, medium, small, etc., all those things. That has to be a conscious process first of all. You're not just gonna like one day pick it up and start doing it just because you like looked at some images or whatever. It's everything starts consciously, with you trying to rectify these things, and over time that stuff will become more second nature, and you'll start to do it without you even realizing it. And you know, that's I guess why initially even my first lines now have a certain amount of dynamism to them. It's just the practice of doing it over and over and over again. And I think this is why I think critiquing others' work is really good. Even if it's not a critique that you are giving to them, you know, like face to face, just looking at other people's work on an art station and just for yourself, just critiquing it, just doing a paint over of it and figuring out the issues. Because I think it's a lot easier to see this stuff on other people's work than it is to see it on something that you've worked on, simply by the fact that you have time invested in it and you have your own thoughts for it. someone else's work you look at, and immediately you're like, this doesn't work, this doesn't work, this looks good, this doesn't, this is out of perspective, and so on. So, you know, it's good to be critical like that. It's going to help your own development, and you don't even have to do it in a way where you're actually critiquing someone's work for them. I think it's obviously more helpful if you can do that and have that discussion, but you can do that without ever interacting with the person and them never seeing the critique. You're just doing it for yourself to figure things out. You know, they say teaching is like one of the best ways to figure out and learn your own process even better. If you can explain it to other people in a simple way, then you know that you really understand it as well. And like sometimes when I'm explaining stuff on stream to you guys, it's almost like a bit of a light bulb moment for myself sometimes, where I'm like, oh, I do know how to do this. I actually haven't had to explain it to anyone. But now that I am, it's kind of confirmed to me what I'm actually doing in my own process. And it helps me to, I guess, solidify that information a little more. So it's, you know, teaching is one of those things that is really insightful, I find. I used to teach at an atelier school, and I think the amount of improvement that I got from teaching, as opposed to the learning portion of being at the atelier, I think while I learnt the concepts as a student, actually teaching those concepts back to people and practicing alongside them, and doing demos and showing people how to do what I'm explaining, that was where the real progress came in, the real learning and everything came in. And yeah, sort of ever since then, really, I've always tried to teach in some capacity, either doing critiques, paint overs, etc. And I guess that's now why I'm an art director. Because it's those kind of skills that you develop. Null Point Pen, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing good on this fine Tuesday. Art of Victor Ballon. Hello, good morning. I updated the YouTube, by the way. All the VODs from the stream are saved on YouTube. I made a playlist with all of them there. I started to change the thumbnails for these, but YouTube has not like caught up with that yet. So some of them are changed, some of them are not. But anyway, you can watch all of the live streams back on YouTube if you follow the link on the Twitch page that says under the About section. They're all there. So, there we go. Quick plug for the YouTube, but you can watch all the VODs back. We did have a good discussion about the composition of this in much more detail in the last stream, I believe. Or at least one of the other episodes where I painted this. We had a good discussion about it. And yeah, I think you might find some useful stuff in there about dynamic shapes and so on. But yeah, it's all a conscious process in the beginning. you got to really make sure that you actually go back and try and look objectively at your work and try and figure out the issues, and just try and understand what you're doing as well. What I mean is, like, going back in and thinking, like, I need to consciously make an effort to make shapes that aren't the same repetitious thing, same widths, same lengths, same direction, etc., over and over. Natasha also here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I believe, yes, she was earlier. I don't know if she's still here. She's here. Yeah, I guess a little bit more on dynamic shapes. You know, if something that I tend to use quite a bit, and something that you see a lot in like stylized work as well, is the use of like a parabolic curve. So instead of a curve, like having a continuous change of direction along its length, you know, something like this red line has a sort of continuous turn to the right along its entire length. You know, it's almost like quarter of a circle, right? It's very even, and so on. And this in itself is fine, is a curve, and is useful in certain situations. But if I was to do something like this, okay, where the rate at which this turns along its length increases exponentially along the length. So it's like it's slightly turning, it's turning more, it's turning more, it's turning more, it's turning more. And then right at the end, it's doing a massive change of direction over a very short space of time. And if you think about this as like a slide, okay, or even just a journey for the eye to go on, something like this, which changes at a constant rate, is predictable. It's therefore like not as it's less exciting, and it is predictable once you see part of that curve, because it is changing at a very constant rate. It feels kind of a bit more static, let's say, a bit less interesting, right? But something like this, or indeed, you know, these kind of shapes, and then these start to become a little bit more dynamic and a bit more interesting in that sense, because they are changing more dramatically, or like changing exponentially along their curve a bit more. So they, in terms of like energy, it's like the eye starts to speed up as it gets to the end of that. It's like a little flick. And if you kind of start to build up your images with this stuff in mind, like a lot of the curves in here follow this kind of idea, where they start moving slowly and then they flick at the end. So there's this like constant movement that is, if your eye is following it, like if your eye is following that curve, your eye is doing this, and it's getting this like whipping up of movement and energy, and sort of unconsciously that is filling that is giving energy to what you're looking at. It's forcing your eye to make a move that is a little bit more energetic, and so on. So it's almost like a little physical trick, you know? Yeah, it can make the eye not leave the image. I mean, there are times where having a line that just sort of goes off and, you know, doesn't necessarily turn back into the image can be useful and so on. But yeah, you just got to think that the lines in your image are a roller coaster track, and your eye is the roller coaster, right? Your eye is the carriage. So take the eye on an interesting journey and take it to the places that are interesting in the image, and try and keep its interest there for as long as possible by having the most contrasts in the image there. And if that part of the image where you're keeping the eye is narratively important for the image, as in it is the first read, the something in the image that actually is important for the viewer to understand the narrative, then they're going to really enjoy the image. How many times, like stretching and diminishing the curve itself? Yeah, basically. So how many times have you looked at an image that has some kind of narrative to it? Maybe it's a splash artwork or a narrative illustration, and you've seen it on ArtStation, and you're looking at it for a little bit, and you're like, I'm a bit confused. Like, I actually don't know what's happening in the image. My eye is drawn to this portion of it. My eye is drawn to this portion of it, and I don't understand what's going on here. Like, my eye's been sort of taken around on a journey, but I actually, from the places that it's been taken to, I actually can't decipher what it is I'm meant to take away from the illustration. And eventually you look at it and you're like, oh, okay, I think I get it. Like, this lady is doing X, Y, Z, blah, 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 okay? That is a bad composition, right? It is a bad way of telling the story. Like, the first place that the viewer's eye should be drawn to should be important for understanding the narrative. If the eye is going anywhere else first that isn't important, people are going to get confused, and people are then going to misunderstand what the illustration's about. And for the most part, they either stop looking at it, or, which is bad, or they get confused and they misunderstand the narrative, and therefore it's not very memorable or exciting. But if you manage to direct the eye to somewhere that is narratively important in the illustration, and you manage to do that first, you're giving the viewer the tools to understand what's happening, which again is like a little dopamine rush in your head. You're like, oh, cool, yeah, I see what's happening here in this illustration. That's really cool. You know, my eye's been drawn here, blah, blah, blah. It makes it much more memorable. They're going to remember that illustration. They'll be like, oh, yeah, that was sick. Like, you know, this is happening in the illustration and X, Y, Z. And therefore, it just becomes a lot more engaging, exciting for the viewer. And that's why you kind of got to know what you're even trying to depict in the first place. What is important? What is the story? You know, I see a lot of illustrations sometimes where I'm like, that's all well and good, but what were you trying to tell me in the illustration? Like, what was the point? Because if the point was, you know, X, like, I didn't get that from the beginning. I think as well, you need to be careful about what that narrative is. What I mean is, it's a bit like in the film Inception, if you've ever seen that. This won't be any spoilers, but it's like, whatever, the film's like 10 years old, so get over it. They say in Inception, you know, they're trying to plant the idea in someone's head, and basically he's like, what you need is the simplest version of the idea. You need to distill the idea down to its simplest point for it to be able to stick. And I think that is true when it comes to narrative and composition in an illustration. You need to try and distill the narrative down to almost like one very simple idea, like one very easy to connect with chain of events or moment within a variety of actions that explains what's going on. I sometimes see a lot of images where there are maybe 4 or 5 things that are happening in the illustration that are all meant to be happening at different points in time to sort of come together and tell the overall narrative. And it confuses the hell out of me when I look at these kind of images, and I almost try and think like, what's happening leading up to this point to mean that this happens in this manner. And it can be really ultimately very confusing. And I think you just have to pick sort of the one simple driving idea behind the narrative and just focus on that and not try to overcomplicate it. You don't want to have to understand like what sort of 6 individuals are doing in an illustration to get the narrative. It's even there can be 6 people in it, but it's like the idea is one sort of singular point that they should either be like emanating from, or one singular idea of what's going on that you should try and focus on. Try and do too much in the illustration, you're going to confuse people. And I think sometimes people overcomplicate narratives or overcomplicate the story. Like I'm meant to see sort of 4 or 5 different things to understand it, and it becomes very, very difficult to decipher from that point. And it's just I think sometimes people think that they need to complicate the narrative to have an interesting illustration. Like there's 4 or 5 things going on, and to be honest, it rarely works out. So try and distill your narrative down to a simple thing. Maybe it's just an emotion of the character. You know, I often get people to write down the mood, action, and focus of the illustration. So, you know, the mood here would be like overcast and stormy, right? In this illustration, the action is the wave crashing up on the ship itself, like the wind, right? And the focus is this pirate ship in the background. And that's very simple, right? But you could very much overcomplicate that and try and add like a million things into this that you got to try and get, and so on. Castonia. Yeah, I do have an example actually when I get to the paint overs, which I'll sort of start on in about 10 or 15 minutes. We can get into that there because I think it's relevant to some of those. But yeah, it's a little bit of a difficult one to explain, so I will do it with an example. But and it's not to say that you can't have, you know, lots going on in an illustration. You can still have 4 actors on stage acting together at the same time, but what they're doing is all to serve the same goal, right? And it's just a case of like not overcomplicating it. It can be hard in a still image to tell a complicated story. I guess is the main thing that I would sort of take away from that. Okay, so let me take some of these layers. And we'll take them into the back of this now. Okay, so got a kind of good basis here for getting back to this in a sec. So I keep pressing the wrong button. I think I got my hands in the wrong place. And let's put all of these in a group and mask it. Okay, so this is all set up for me to come back to after the paint overs. Got some cloud shapes to work with here, and it offers a little bit more saturation towards the ship. So yeah, that's basically given us a bit more of a direction to go in than before. So obviously this was here. Now we're going with something like this. I'm still going to mess with the values and the saturations of these clouds a bit, and so on. Like I do like there being like a little bit more layering back here. Some of these like slight warms and so on. But yeah, that gives me a good little basis for this. So the storm cloud being on that side is such a cool effect. Like these wrecks at the aftermath is what has happened. Yeah, basically, the wind, you can tell by the sails, is blowing like quite strongly from right to left here, and obviously the waves coming in are also doing that. There's a lot of kind of things that sort of are pointing in this way. Murdochs, thank you for the stream. There is this idea of like we're seeing a moment between, part of a storm front leaving and like this new bank of rain that's like a lot further down the horizon coming in, and it's just meant to visually kind of give us an indication of the weather and the direction that the weather is going in. Just that kind of movement I really quite like. If you can tell that there's wind in the illustration, I think it helps you feel what's going on a bit more. All right then. So, paint over time. Let's get into these. And the greatest bun man. Welcome. Welcome. So I have 4 illustrations here from the laboratory, from the lab, and these 4 illustrations are from some of the viewers that are here today. And yeah, we're going to look at these. We're going to try and give them like 15-20 minutes each, sort of a critique, and try and figure out what are the main issues and how we might solve them, and basically a little bit of a toolkit essentially to help these people out and to help you guys out. So we've got 4 illustrations here. Sorry, let me save this quickly. We got 4 illustrations here. We have this one. We have this one, which we saw the line work for a couple of streams ago. So if you were here for that, you remember that. So this one's come along a long way since then. We also have this one, and we have these ones, or like this composition, but this one to take a look at. So yeah, I'm going to take a look at all of these. Obviously the artists themselves, I think most of them are actually here in the chat, so they can maybe answer any of the questions that I might have, or if I have made a wrong assumption about something in the illustration, then they can correct me and add anything that's going here. So I'm going to try sort of do these in about 20 minutes each, just so that we're not spending hours on them. And yeah, I'm just going to try hit up sort of, I guess, the main issues. Now, yeah, Castonia, you asked for an example, okay? And I think this one kind of falls a little bit into that category of, I'm not overly sure what's happening in the illustration. Like, I can obviously see what the people are doing, but there are so many things that I have questions about what's happening, that I actually can't necessarily tell you what it is that I'm meant to take away from this. And I think there's just like too many questions that I have, and I think it's because there's too many things that are being sort of brought into this narrative, okay? And I'll just explain it. It's like, I can see that this is obviously our focal point. There's something going on with this. My eyes are being drawn here for the contrasts in value, saturation, its placement in the image, all the characters are looking at it, etc., etc. Except I'm not overly sure what's happening here. I don't know if they've created this or if the frog is doing this and they're trying to touch it, or if one of the characters is doing something that makes this happen. I then, there's this other thing of like, there's other characters in the background that I noticed, like this person is potentially like holding another one of these frogs, and there's lots of frogs going on, and there's another person entering from the swamp. Like, are they... I'm not sure how they link into the narrative, but you have created like a little frame within a frame that essentially makes this somewhat important. Uchijin, thank you for the follow. Makes this somewhat important. So narratively, I'm trying to sort of fit this in with what's happening here, but again, I'm not overly sure what that is. I obviously see the frogs are like watching this thing, but I don't know why. And then the other question is that, like, clearly this is sort of a non-human entity. We have like horns and the facial structure and stuff. And then we have this person who again also appears non-human, but differently to this person. And then this person to me appears to be human. She doesn't seem to have any horns or the shape, but she does have purple skin, so I'm not sure. So that there's a lot of questions immediately for me just about the content of the narrative, like what is happening. I can make some assumptions, but I'm just not sure. I was trying to add the story of a frog witch coven that help evolve frogs, but I got a bit lost as well on how to convey that. Yeah, I think that I could possibly get that it's some kind of witch coven in that sense, but I think that the designs of the characters all being very different from each other does make that a little bit confusing. I don't necessarily associate the design of any of them with something that I immediately recognize as a witch, and therefore that portion of the narrative to me doesn't necessarily come across, because I don't recognize specifically this as being something I associate with being a witch. I don't have like any of the classic, I guess, tropes of the witch design. It doesn't mean that you have to just witches can only be like a big hat, and a green old lady or whatever. But I guess there's not enough here design wise that really gives me witch. Like the flower in the hair, the sort of almost like, what do you call them, sarong style wrap, the tattoos on the skin. Like, to me, this is not a witch so much as like she feels more like she's a member of a tribe, and they don't necessarily even feel dangerous in that way. I don't know. I think we sort of go into it a little bit, but these being sort of, I'm assuming they're like shells. It gives. I guess there's just not enough. There's just not enough stuff that kind of makes me immediately twig it. I get that they're in like the spooky environment, and we go some way into describing that with the environment here. But yeah, I feel like narratively that's a bit confusing. But I'm not going to harp on this because I think, in terms of like the readability of the illustration, there are other things that we can just improve about the illustration in a general sort of readability sense, that go past the narrative. But I just wanted to sort of point this out as something that I just found a little confusing about this, and like it plays into it a little bit more. I think your main thing when you posted this was about the lighting, and you said like that the colors have become a bit muddy and that you're having trouble with that. And yeah, I would agree with that. I think there's a couple of things. Again, one thing that I think is quite hard to understand is that obviously this guy is sort of like an orange, there's some kind of orange magic thing going on here, and he's the light source, but except the light that is hitting the characters mostly is more like white light. It's not really orange light that's hitting them so much. And then on their hands look like they have this sort of like jelly kind of, I don't know, like sort of like jelly or honey or something on them that is orange. But then, the rest of them isn't. And then I think also that what makes it confusing is she has orange tattoos. So it's like some bits I read as being light, some bits I don't, some bits is like a different material, and ultimately that it just becomes a bit confusing there. So let's assume that it's an orange light that is emanating from here, and that is then orange light that is hitting all of the characters. This is very akin to like how people around a bonfire would look, right? And it's quite a difficult lighting setup to do. But basically, the orange light from a bonfire pretty much, because there is no other light source, pretty much kills the color of anything else it touches. Specifically, anything else on the opposite side of the color wheel. So if you shine an orange light on a blue jumper, you are not going to see blue, right? You are going to see something that basically looks gray, because the orange light is overpowering or lighting the blue jumper. There is no orange in blue, so it's not reflecting any blue light. It is only going to reflect orange, right? So blue looks gray. It desaturates it. So this blue that we see in the flower and everything, this would all look gray under an orange light. It's basically going to look like this, grayed out. Yeah. That's one thing in the lighting that kind of becomes a bit inconsistent, because you wouldn't see this purple either. This would all be very desaturated, because purple very close to blue on the color wheel. Anything that's opposite from each other on the color wheel are going to cancel each other out. Okay? If you have a green ball and you go into a room that has a red light bulb, that green ball will look really dark and really desaturated, because it is not reflecting any light back, right? There's no green light in red light. So a green object can't reflect green light back to your eyes. Okay? So this blue would be very desaturated and would be really quite dark. Look something like this. Same with the flower. Okay? But when do we have situations where the light covers entirely the color of the surface? But when do we have situations where the light covers entirely the color of the surface? What do you mean? I'm not sure I quite understand the question. Okay, so then, for example, this blue top actually would be more akin to something like this in the light. It's being hit by this orange light. It's going to desaturate it because it's a blue surface. If an orange light hits a blue surface, there is no blue in the orange light. So the blue surface can't reflect blue light back to you. So it becomes desaturated. you're basically just going to see the local color of it, the local value of it. Well, even darker, actually. And it's going to be very desaturated. Now, the skin of these people here is quite warm from what I can tell on the local tone of it. So that's basically going to reflect the orange light quite directly. So, you know, they're going to be a little bit more actually towards the color of the light than they are currently, which is going to give them a little bit more warmth overall. She has a purple hand, but yeah. We just okay, like white light is made up of all of the colors in the spectrum, right? And that's why if you look at something under a white light, you see its local colors. Yeah, like let me show you here. Let's go on the camera for a sec. Okay, so white light is made up of all of the colors in the spectrum. So local colors show up well under white light because they can reflect their wavelength of light back to you and you see the color, right? That's what's happening there. If you start to change the color of the light, what you're doing is you're emitting certain colors from the spectrum, okay? So if you have light that is on the opposite side of the color wheel to the surface that's being lit, it's not going to reflect that color back to you. It can't reflect it back to you because that color is not in the light, okay? So, like I said, if you ever go into like a dark room, you know, like a photographic dark room, or just get a red light bulb for your bedroom, turn off all the lights at night, turn the red light bulb on, and put a collection of objects on your desk of different colors, you will see what I'm talking about. If you had a green ball, like a tennis ball, and you put it on your desk, and you put a red light in your lamp, and you shined it on that ball, and that's the only light that's hitting it is from that red lamp, that ball will not be green because it can't reflect any green light from the only red source that is on it, okay? So the closer a color gets to being the opposite side of the color wheel to the light that's on it, the more desaturated it's going to get and the darker it's going to get, okay? If the color of the light and the color of the object are closer to each other on the color wheel, there's going to be a little bit more of its local color in its color that it reflects back to you, okay? So obviously a red ball under a red light looks very red, okay? If you put a yellow ball under a red light, it's still going to reflect a fair amount of the red, but it's going to be a higher value, so it's going to look a little bit more orange, right, than yellow. But you're going to be able to tell that it's a different color. You're going to tell that it's not red, and you can tell that it's not green, but it's still not going to look like super yellow. It's going to be red and yellow mixed together, right? And the further away you get from red, the less this is going to, the more this is going to happen, where the color drops off and the darker it appears to be. And the reason it gets darker is because it's not reflecting the light off the surface, right? Or getting all the way to the opposite, where it can't reflect any light back. It can't reflect any colored light back. So, yeah, there you go. So, whenever I see colored lights in an illustration, there is a sort of a point where the color choices that you make within your design are actually very important. And, you know, blue, for example, on these costumes, to make this not look kind of weird and muddy, that blue really is not going to show up at all as anything close to blue. And look, if I start to, well, I mean, this portion of her hand wouldn't be lit, but so I'm going to go over this a bit faster because I said 15 minutes, and I'm already at 15 minutes on this. But essentially, if I'm just thinking about the light direction on this, and where the light's coming from and what color the light is, there are certain things that A, aren't going to be hit by the light, and B, like most of this light is behind her as well, so it's not going to be the color that you've put it down. And I think this is why at the starting point we have things that start to look muddy, because what does muddy mean? Let's see if anyone knows. I was wondering why I couldn't make the image work wise, but I realized completely shut off the light theory. Yes, they are indeed supposed to portray Surinamese voodoo witches. The design portion of the feedback also makes sense. I'll look into a bit more anchor points and get better action across. In this particular painting, it looks like there is a blue-green ambient lighting. Does this allow any of the local color to show, or does the orange completely cancel it out? That's a good point. A game of draws. When you have lights, the stronger light will kill the effect of the weaker lights. So in this case, we have this sort of green ambient light in the illustration, right? It is kind of much lower intensity, as it's somewhat the sort of, I'm assuming like the sort of bioluminescence of the water, and it's kind of in the mist, the humidity in the air. So it's a very low impact, very diffused light. And then we have this very strong, almost spotlight of the orange. The stronger light will always kill the weaker lights in the illustration. All right. So this is why in an illustration you want to pick what light is your main light source, and like weaken the others towards that. But yeah, the stronger light will kill the effect of the weaker light. So stuff that is basically planes that are being lit by this orange light aren't really going to be influenced at all by the ambient green. What the ambient green's going to do is influence the shadows or any planes that it's facing directly. And I think let's do this a little bit. I think the other thing in the illustration as well is that we've basically reached for black in the mixing of the colors. If I was mixing these colors in real paint, it looks like whenever you want to darken a color, you're basically mixing black into it. And while that isn't necessarily a bad thing, it is like a big contributor to colors feeling muddy. The reason that colors feel muddy is two things. One, you have either dramatically changed value from the light value to the shadow value too quickly over a small portion of the surface, or I should say, you have switched the temperature too dramatically. And usually muddy colors is both of these things together. So you've switched values too quickly, and you've jumped temperatures too quickly from those two values. So you've gone from warm to cool very dramatically over a short space of form, and that is what causes muddy colors. It's those two things together that do that. Sometimes it's just one of them, but most of the time it's both together. For me, muddy color is when colors change. Take the color wheel in consideration and just pass through the middle like a straight line. Yes, yeah, honey, that's pretty much it. Muddy for me is shading in black or the values being very contrast with each other. I have a few illustrations where I made this mistake. I'm trying to get away from it. Yeah, exactly. So in the case of reaching for black in the illustration, in your shading, what's black going to do? Black is going to dramatically change the value of the light side of the form to the dark side of the form very quickly. So that contributes to muddy colors. And what does black also do? The more black you mix into something, the closer it is going to be to black. So you're desaturating it towards black, and quite steeply, and that's why the values seem muddy. If you have, like, if you've got white, okay, and you've got black, okay, and I take this orange, sorry, just doing this as an example. Okay, this is my palette, okay? I'm painting, and I've got orange, okay? If I mix... Sorry, I'm just putting a lot of oranges down for a sec. Okay, if I mix white into the orange, okay, and I mix more white into the orange, and I mix more white into the orange, and then I mix black into the orange, and I mix more black into the orange, and I mix more black into the orange. Okay, and I'll do this down here. But do you notice here that if I take your base color, I take orange, and I mix black into it, basically all I'm doing is moving orange closer to black. Okay? The more black you mix into it, the more it desaturates the orange, so it takes the saturation out of it, and also the more it moves it closer to black. And it's the same with white. If I mix white into the orange, all I'm doing is moving it closer to white. I am making it a lighter orange, but I'm also making it specifically less orange, right? It's like this one you would definitely call orange, and these, as you get further away, it's harder and harder to call this orange, right? Like this. And if this is my base color, if this is like the skin or the light on it, you can see how this might end up with quite muddy colors, right? You're specifically changing it quite a bit, but you see how the temperature drops off. This is getting colder. This is getting colder. Sorry, this is getting warmer. Well, it's not. It's getting colder. So I'm getting closer to white, and I'm getting closer to black by mixing black and white together into my base color, right? But what happens if I mix, like, let's say, trying to keep it like similar to real paint here. Come on. Okay. So let's say I've got a yellow here and a blue here. Okay. If I start to mix the yellow into this, Caglari Edgit. Sorry if I got that wrong. Thanks for the follow. Okay. So let's see what's happening here. If I mix white or black into a color to make it lighter and make it darker, what I'm doing here is making it closer to white and desaturating it, right? And similarly here, I'm making it closer to black and I'm desaturating it. So I'm basically killing any color in the surface. And if you have a colored surface or a surface that's reflecting colored light, you might see this in a photo, but you do this all over an illustration, you're going to essentially end up with muddy colors because you've got this temperature shift that is going on and this value shift that is going on that is just bringing basically the painting back to either one of these two. Whereas, for example, if I want to lighten this and I start to mix like something more like yellow into it, can you see how this is retaining saturation while also getting lighter? Okay. And when I mix blue into it, okay, it is starting to change more towards the blue, right? But it is retaining a certain amount of saturation as well. And this actually ends up being like a bit more of a nuanced palette, whereas this one is very monochromatic, okay? And let's say if I took like a darker blue even, let's see what that does. Now this isn't perfect because this is digital and not real paint. Okay. So if I wanted to create sort of shadows in this particular illustration that you're doing here, what I would think is, instead of reaching for black, is to reach for something that is on the opposite side of the color wheel. Yes, Lab Colors is brilliant for this. These here, absolutely brilliant for this. Yeah, so I would reach for something on the opposite side of the color wheel and like a dark version of that instead of black. Because as you see here, this retains this kind of monochromatic feel to it, but it also kills the saturation. Whereas this is starting to shift the color across the spectrum. It is going from like warm to cool, and it retains a certain amount of saturation, which is quite interesting and gives us a much more lively palette. Similarly, if I want to go up and I want to raise the value of it, if I mix white into it, I'm just basically going closer to white, and therefore I'm losing saturation. Whereas if I reach for yellows, and it doesn't necessarily need to be this yellow, it could be at any yellow, right? Yellow is a higher value than orange intrinsically, and I can pick a saturation of yellow as well that is, you know, higher than orange, and I can therefore raise the value of it in a more interesting way and get a bit more of a colorful appearance in the palette. And this is going to essentially stop me from killing the saturation in my colors in this way. So if I look back at this, basically you're reaching for black, and therefore the values only just get the colors get desaturated, and the values become quite dramatic in their shift, and we lose a little bit of color in here. Whereas if I start to introduce the orange and across the form, you know, this light in here, it starts to solidify the palette a little bit more, and it starts to make a little bit more sense, becomes a little less muddy, and also pay attention to the local colors of things. I would personally, if you want more color in this, make the color something not blue. Be closer on the color wheel to the color of the light source and enable you to have a kind of more saturation in that outfit and so on in here. So yeah, sorry, that was a bit long-winded. It went on a bit longer on this one than I had intended to, but there was a lot of things that I think were worth covering in here. I hope you found that useful. That's not to say you can't reach for black. Black is very useful. I obviously I use black quite a bit. Sometimes there is a need to do it, but for the most part, you want to try reach around the. You want to try going to the opposite side of the color wheel, and trying to keep the palette alive, I guess is the way that I like to think of it. When I was learning to paint in oils, this is really important, you know, keeping the palette alive was like a very specific thing that we learnt. And yeah, it really helps to keep the colors juicy and interesting, instead of just going to black and to white all the time, in this example. So again, I'd encourage you to use real media and mess around with it to really see this in action. You can only sort of do something analogous to it in Photoshop just because of what you're actually doing in Photoshop. Like you're not mixing colors really, you know, you're just doing one opacity over the other. But it, you know, it's one way of showing it. So anyway, I hope that's helpful, Jewel, when it comes to the colors there. All right. Leandro Avi, welcome. So, next up, the Gwent illustration from Jonah. I think at a glance here, that, you know, and then looking at the refs that you provided, I think you're really quite close in terms of the getting the feel of the time of day in these, and yeah, I don't think you're even too far off the material expression in a lot of these when I look at both. Jewel, thank you so much. I think this has helped a lot. Approaching colors in a sense of mixing colors is something I have to try because this explanation made everything click. Yeah, we can talk about it some more in the Discord as well, and I can show you some exercises to help you figure out color as well. After I've done these critiques, I'll show you very quickly on here how to study color. Very, very simple thing to do, to set up rather. But anyway, so I think in terms of following the ref on these, you know, brilliant, right? I read this as being the same kind of time of day in both. I think what it comes down to a little bit is material expression in here. Being a little bit more accurate as to where the light source appears to hit certain forms. And lastly, ambient occlusion. So let's quickly start with the kind of more simple things. I think there is a slight inconsistency with the way that you treat the metal and reflections on the main character to how it goes on the rest of the characters. I think in here what you've done is you've introduced you know, this reflection of the sky. You know, we get these more blues, we get the trees and stuff in the back here, that we're just not seeing the same levels of saturation in some of the guys around him. So it kind of makes him feel like he's got a different, it's like it's a different metal or something. Like this is a bit more reflective and like closer to like chrome, and these are like what they appear to be, sort of more hammered, I don't know, steel or whatever they're made of. Like this just feels a little bit more reflective overall, and the slight sort of pop in the saturation just then makes it feel a bit different. And so some of these therefore just start to feel a little less metallic in that way. I think that this reflection in here feels to me quite incorrect, as in what it's depicting. Like, he's so close to this guy, and this looks like quite a mirrored finish in here, that ultimately, like, this guy is what this side of that's going to be reflecting a little bit more than the sort of trees and the environment and stuff. It feels like it's reflecting something different than what's right next to him. The shape of this, like, basically the reflection doesn't make sense. If we're not seeing the back of his head, the back of his head is a plane back here, right? That's facing that way. And this section here is the side of his head. Yeah, I wanted it to look a bit more shiny because he's not directly fighting, but probably ended up too different. It's fine if you want it to be more shiny. That's totally fine. I can get on board with that. It's just, it's reflecting stuff that it shouldn't, I think. You know, if we're thinking of where these planes are facing. Art of Victor Ballon. Thank you. If we're thinking for the follow, if we think about where these planes are facing and what they're reflecting, I think that's where the issue is. Like, this plane, you know, is increasingly turning a bit more like this, right? Because it's round, and it's facing slightly downward. So it's mostly like this guy, you know, with his pole arm here, and then like the sky from here above, right? Because it's facing like this, and so on. So that's just a small thing with that. It can be more shiny. That's cool. I understand that. I think in that case as well, we have the white point on his helmet here. You know, this white point that goes all the way like this. This to me is suggesting that the sun is right above his head, in front of him, right? Whereas we can tell from the light everywhere else in the illustration that it's coming in from kind of this direction, right? It's coming off and in from the side. So I'd be more looking at this being, you know, something like this. You know, this guy's going to make an appearance in here. You'd be seeing the light side of his helmet, so whatever, it's going to be, he's there, something like that. The sky up there with your clouds, etc. This light from the top, the sun, going to be more specifically like this. Something along these kind of lines. This would probably get more blue over there. This is facing upwards a little bit more, so this becomes a little bit more of that blue, you know. And then the texture of the helmet as well in there, the patterning on that's going to disrupt this, so you're going to see a little bit of this pattern edge and so on. Maybe there's, you know, that kind of a thing going on. So that's just like a little bit of inconsistency of like the light direction and the reflection on that. And I think in some of these guys, you could just go a little bit more defined with some of the shapes. Because I think this guy's helmet, like, it's nice, it's painterly. I get that sense of the hammered metal kind of thing to it. It's got a painterly feel, which is kind of the Gwent illustration look, you know. One thing about these is like the material, the way they're painted, the material expression is limited in its ability to fully show the materials. Like this, the metal has texture and the metal has the reflectivity, but it's very painterly and textured. So because of that, you see the difference between like the skin, the metal, the cloth. They're all very similar in terms of material expression. So the only thing that's differentiating them is how the specular appears on the surface. So the specular being the reflection of the light source itself. So on metal, what they're doing is allowing it to go all the way to white. They're blowing out the specular. They're saying this reflects the sun the most because it's metal, and therefore we blow it out to white because everything's very textured. And it also reflects the sky, hence the blue tones in here. Okay, on the cloth, they don't allow themselves to go anywhere close to white because it's cloth. It's not very specular, right? It doesn't reflect the light source directly as a mirror, you know, more like metal does. So this just gets lighter in its color, and that's really all they're able to do within this very narrow scale of material definition that they have, because they're not changing the textures too much. Everything here is all very similarly textured and very painterly, and because of this, the material expression, the range in which you have the ability to describe different materials has been crushed, right? Has been completely crushed down. So the only thing that's telling us here is the slight difference in texture and how reflective the surfaces are. So metal goes to white, very reflective. Cloth doesn't go anywhere near white, okay? Not very reflective in that sense. Skin, more reflective than cloth, okay? So they've gone much closer to white. Okay, white here. They've gone much closer to white. It still has a bit of color to it. It still has a little bit of the local color, or even like the color of the light itself, right? And yeah, it goes much closer to white. It's much lighter. And then, for example, on the potatoes, you know, when you peel potatoes, they're kind of wet. They reflect the light a bit. So this gets pretty blown out, but I'm pretty sure this isn't even white. Yeah, there we go. So this is actually dead on white, the metal. This reflection, oh, bugged out my colors here. This reflection here, a bit less than white. But because, like I said, because the style of these illustrations is like very painterly and very textured, they don't go in and do super hard, like hard edge painting reflections on stuff in the metal. I think what you got to understand about the Gwent style is that it has a narrow range of material expression that can only really be done through specular. Okay, so in this sense here, I think there's a little bit of room for you to like push the value a little bit in some of these reflections, because it's like this guy looks metal, but this guy doesn't so much. It's quite soft, and it doesn't have that white. This looks a bit more metal because it has the white in there, and this guy starts to look a bit soft. Like they just need a little bit of a ding. I call it a ding, you know, on here. This seems a little bit out of perspective still. This should be this center line, like here, should occlude what's behind it, so you're not going to see that, and so on. But yeah, this stuff just needs a little slightly and it'll start to feel a bit more metallic. and that's the material expression on these. And then just being consistent, like I was showing you on that one, I wouldn't go to white on this outfit. You don't really have room to do that. Just let the metal be what goes to white, and this can be kind of still quite saturated, and a value difference, but I wouldn't make it white. In that way, we have that very narrow range of material definition that we are allowed in here due to the style. This is not me, this is Gwent. This surface seems like it should be facing downwards. And just these little things, these little inconsistencies, right, where it's like should just be a little bit simpler, I think, to better tell the story of what's happening there. I think it's just getting a little bit overcomplicated with some of the shapes, but mostly it's like which way planes are facing, and getting that consistency back. This plane here is not facing upwards, so don't make it the same. And also, I wouldn't overcomplicate things like folds. I would keep them very simple. And so on. Just rectify which way things are facing, I think, is probably the main thing, with little inconsistencies here and there, as to like where the light source appears to be on one person versus another person. And I think for the most part it's okay, but there are places where you just do the little change. Get a bit of specular on these guys where necessary. And I think that would sort out, for the most part, the issues that I have with the materials on here. One small thing. I think you need to take a look at some reference for the head a little bit more. He's starting to get like a little bit sort of twisted. Like if I turn this on and off, like his teeth appear to be going in the wrong direction. I should, in effect, if someone's got their mouth open, I'm going to see the top row of teeth curving back round in the mouth, and so on. So a lot of those little things. But the last thing that I really think this is missing, which I think is kind of something that you see in here, is that there is even very painterly done, but ambient occlusion. Like all of the surfaces here that are overlapping and touching each other have ambient occlusion. Like what I mean, this strap going over the face, this helmet going over the head, the mouth, etc., the neck going into the collar, the strap overlapping here. All of these places include ambient occlusion, and it's making all of the surfaces appear like they're going underneath each other or butting up right next to each other. Now, looking at that, and then looking at all of the surfaces in yours, we basically have like the appearance of like one surface butting straight up against another surface with no ambient occlusion. And this is specifically prevalent in like in the armors, for example, where we just have the plates butting up against each other, the belts, and so on. And I think the inclusion of a little bit of ambient occlusion in these it's really going to help, because it's essentially like anywhere that these overlaps are happening, it's kind of missing in a way. So for example, I'll just do it on the head here quick, just to show you. But yeah, ambient occlusion is very important. It is something that when it's missing, it makes it just appear like all the surfaces are butting up against each other in a way that doesn't happen in real life. there is this very subtle occlusion of light as surfaces get close to each other. What do I mean? Like, if I put my fingers together like this, you see how there appears to be a line, a dark edge where my fingers meet, okay? Even though I'm facing them directly at my light that's above the screen right now, okay? There still appears to be this dark line between my fingers, okay? As those two surfaces, the two fingers, they're rolling towards each other like this, that gap between them, this little hollow, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and less light is able to get into there because it's being occluded by these two surfaces coming towards each other. So eventually it gets to a point where there's basically not very much light getting in there. It looks like this. Diagram time. Okay, so I've got my finger with fingernail like this, touching thumb like this, okay? And what we start to see is, like, as these surfaces are getting closer together, we're getting this kind of effect. And basically the light that's coming in, right, is like coming in at an angle, and it's getting occluded by the tip of my finger on both sides. So the light's coming in this way, and this light's like bouncing, and it's bouncing, it's bouncing, it's bouncing. But as you can see, because of this occlusion, there's less direct light that is able to get into here. Okay, so this light comes down, it bounces here, it bounces here, it bounces here, it bounces here, and so on. But it's going to happen. This portion of light, all of this has been occluded away from it. Okay. Oh fuck. Okay, so let's go in this again. Thumb, finger, close to each other. Okay, appears to get very darker as we go in. Why is this happening? Essentially, there's light coming down from here, from my lamp. Okay, or from, but you know, around the room, bouncing around. But there's a certain point where, like, the tip of my finger is stopping light directly from going any further than here, right? And this light bounces, right? And then it bounces and it bounces, and it starts to go in like this. Similarly, you know, light bouncing up from the floor, etc. Because these surfaces are like rolling closer to each other, essentially less light is able to get into there, and this starts to give us the appearance of like a darker edge where they meet. And this is ambient occlusion. Now the same thing happens if I have like a plaster right over my finger. You're gonna appear to get this like very slight darker edge at the edge of where the plaster meets. It's not like the color of the plaster finishes and the color of my skin starts. There is a very small transition there where light is getting occluded from the edge of the plaster and the edge of my thumb going in, and it gets ever so slightly darker. And this is ambient occlusion. Now when it's missing from a painting, it gets this appearance where everything is kind of a little bit too sharp and everything appears to sort of sit on top of each other, but there isn't any transition happening here. So at the edge of the helmet, here, that is going to occlude light away from the face. So right now it's like helmet meets head, and there's no transition there in value. Whereas now it's like we have the helmet, we have the transition between where the helmet appears to overlap the head and the head itself, and that light is being occluded. Here it's going to happen along this edge, for example. Okay. You could even, this would even be a lot smaller than this, but there you go. And you see how that transitions these surfaces? They start to actually appear like the helmet's going over the head and the strap is sitting on the skin. But it's not. These two surfaces are just butt right up against each other. And it gives everything a little bit of breathing space away from the thing that it's being occluded from. You see the difference when I turn it on and off, right? It appears flatter, and now it appears to sort of transition around and away from each other like this. Now this is happening everywhere. Like the drum is a perfect example of this, right? Let's do this quick and then I'll move on from this critique. We'll move on to the next one. Yeah, I really messed up the whole 15 minutes on each one. Well, whatever. Okay, that's enough. Yeah. It's like when you posted this last night, it was the first thing that I saw was like, oh, there's just no ambient occlusion on anything. And that's what gives it that really flat and sort of slightly awkward feeling about it. Because none of the surfaces transition over each other or away from each other in the way that they should. So you see rope and drum, they're just two surfaces they're just two shapes at the moment. They just hit each other. But then you put the ambient occlusion in, and now the drum sits under the rope. Similarly, like here, you're going to get a bit of ambient occlusion at the edge of the drum here as that drum skin meets that. You're going to have a bit of light occluded from here. You're going to have light occluded under these ropes, etc., etc. Like every transition basically like this is going to have some amount of ambient occlusion associated with it, and it's just going to help immensely with turning these surfaces, specifically on the armors, around the heads, etc. You'll see it. Night and day will make a difference. I promise you that. So that's the main thing with that. So just to round up, consistencies in which the reflections on surfaces match the direction that the light is coming from, and being aware of the specular difference being one of the only things that you have here to tell the difference between materials. So really only the metal should ever go to white. Skin should at least retain some coloring in here, and cloth shouldn't go anywhere near white. It should retain its local color mostly within the style of these illustrations, because they're very textured and everything is. So alrighty, but yeah, really great stuff, man. Like I think you managed to paint this up really quite quickly. It was only like a few streams ago that we looked at this, and it was just line work. So I think it's looking awesome. Time of day, great. Ambient occlusion, consistency and reflections, I think is where to go. All right, next one. Let's go. So we have this one. This is by Oracle, and this is kind of based on Ghosts of Tsushima, the game. So we're going to take a look at this one. And yeah, this one's quite tricky. Just give me one sec. Yo. Okay. Thank you so much. This helped a ton. Yeah, no problem. No problem. I think it's coming really well. Okay. So, yeah, I think narratively, the horse girlies won't like this one. I think narratively, this works. He's grabbing the flowers. There was obviously a point to this. The flowers from his home place, etc. Okay, fine. Yeah, like I gather all of that. I do like the composition overall. I think you've done a good job here. With that, it's like it feels quite cinematic. It's a simple idea. This is kind of that I'm gonna get to this about the pose, but I think it's a simple enough idea that it conveys it. At least that is his intention to do this. There are some things though that kind of bother me about this. Two things. One is the I guess the perspective and where the flowers are in perspective. But the main thing for me is the pose. I think the pose of the horse, to me, reads pretty well and like fine. I'm not overly bothered about the pose of the horse, but the pose of the guy himself, I think, is where I have some issues understanding it, and where parts of him are meant to be in space, and even if this is actually even possible to do. So let's have a look. I had a quick look for some ref, just because I was like, I don't know if this pose is possible, and I want to know. And maybe I assumed that Oracle even had some reference of someone doing this pose. Yeah, exactly. So what I did is I looked up a rider doing this, because I was like, it seems maybe like kind of impossible, but I was wrong. Like, but this is a guy doing it, and this to me sort of kind of started to highlight why there are some issues with this pose, and specifically, you know, what those issues are and how we can solve them. I currently have the issue where he's actually not close to the ground, in the way that maybe you think he is. Okay, if I sort of start to think about the major forms of the horse and like where those are in relation to each other in perspective, etc., and just I'm making them simple shapes so that we see planes in here, right? Something like this. Okay. Our rider here, his hand, for example, isn't actually that low to the ground in the way that you've drawn him. He's actually, his hand is actually quite a lot higher off the ground than he would need to be to grab the flower. You see how low down and like twisted this guy is to do that. And the other thing that's happening here, which I feel it's kind of off for me, is like this is the center line of the front of the horse, right? And that's going, you know, up this way. But you see how it's tilted in this direction? Yeah? And then our guy is on the side of this plane, so, you know, he's like like this, right? Sorry, just putting in these forms here so that I can identify it. And then I look at the example here, and it's like the horse is actually leaning in to the direction of the lean. You know, the horse is running, so there's centrifugal motion as the horse is running around that is pushing, you know, the force outwards. So the horse has to tip in to counter the turn that it's making, and then we have the rider on the side. Whereas on here it's the opposite way around, and I think we can still make it work. It's just it starts to feel like there's some forces at play here which are kind of going against the physics of it, and that's why it feels a little strange. Okay. So I guess for me, if I'm looking at the reference, okay, there's something he holds onto on the saddle, which has come round the horse a bit. So it would be on this side, and then we have the saddle. And I'm going to try and see if this can work with your current horse pose. I'm not quite sure. Okay, and this leg being bent here is going to be something like this, and then he's in the stirrup, so it's tucked up, something like that here, and then this leg is going up and around. Now the head of this guy is actually quite a lot further down, and he's really going to be quite foreshortened into us at this point. And then, you know, I would maybe have the arm going out, something like this. And then as we see, this arm is coming back across and holding this. So it starts to maybe look a little bit more, and this is very rough, right? I'd have to spend quite a bit of time to draw this out properly. But to me, based on the reference, and not entirely copying it, but trying to sort of make the best of both things work, this to me starts to feel a little bit more natural. Or at least like something that we can see from the reference that is possible. But what I quite like about the way that this is arranged, as opposed to the way that it's arranged in the original, is that we have a little bit more curvature and a nice line of action, and we feel a little bit more the weight of our feel a little bit more of the weight of our character and the forces at play on the horse. So let me explain like why it's not that way in this one. Okay. Whenever I'm looking at actions in an illustration, what is it that makes something look stiff? Okay. If we think about just a structure, okay? If I think about a table, right? Like this. Okay. The table is full of right angles, okay? And parallel lines. And this gives me the appearance of a very stable structure, right? It's very stiff. It's very evenly spaced, parallel lines, 90-degree angles. That's what is making this work and giving it a structure here. If I want something to look dynamic, I need to get away from it essentially having the structure of a table, something stiff, right? And I think here we have this line which the arm is on. Okay, we have this parallel line of the leg. All right, we have this kind of like stiffness through the back here where all of these lines are lined very straight, and then we have the perception of like this, etc. And the guy's body itself is basically like folding like a laptop. Okay, again, it just appears to sort of like hinge at the waist. There's no twist. Center line of the head, center line of the body, center line of like, you know, the plane of the legs, for example, and then really strong parallels on either side, and the arm not appearing to have like any sort of real foreshortening to it. It's just going straight down, which is what? Parallel to the frame. Okay, so what we have here is essentially what could be a dynamic pose in a dynamic situation being stiffened up by right angles, by parallel lines, both in and of itself within the pose, but also with the frame of the image itself. And we have the center line of the body being consistent throughout. Not to mention that there is no kind of like foreshortening in the arm, so it appears like quite flat to the image as well. But essentially these things are working against the dynamics of this, okay? So what I would suggest here is, like, based on the reference, okay, is to introduce some curvature. Very Sag is now following. Welcome, thank you. Introduce some curvature and twist to the pose. You know, twisting the center lines away from each other, twisting and foreshortening things into the frame, and introducing curvature in the direction of travel that our character is going, to get a little bit more dynamism. Okay, so he could be even a bit lower here, but okay, so I'll talk about this in a second. I'm just really trying to do this quickly. So. Okay, so, and then he's holding up here. I mean, even have the rain like going to that piece that he's holding in the middle, like our ref. Let's put that there for an example. Okay, but what I'm doing here is a few things. One, I'm getting rid of, let's do these in a different color. I'm getting rid of the parallels that we have. I'm getting rid of the straight lines, okay, and I'm getting rid of anything that matches up to the frame. You can see here what I'm doing is now he's reaching not only like right to left in the direction that we're traveling, so like here, but he's also reaching out towards us. There is a slight bit of foreshortening in our direction, which pulls this forward, C space, and in the direction of travel. You know, this arm, we introduce some curvature going backwards in space and away from us, and it's not perpendicular to the leg or the other arm. And then obviously we have this leg is coming across the form. We then have the center line. So we got like the center line of the crotch, right, is facing like this direction. Then we've got the center line of the stomach starting to face this direction. And then we got the center line of the chest facing a bit more this direction. And then he's looking at the flowers. Okay? Very important. He's looking at what he's grabbing. This guy, previous guy, not looking. He's looking at the horse's head, okay? This guy is looking at what he's grabbing. This sketch of this guy is looking forward and down at what he's grabbing. So now, narratively, that even makes more sense, right? Now we know he's definitely grabbing the flowers. Whereas here, could be misconstrued as to what he's doing, right? So that's with the pose. And I think this could still work with the current pose of the horse. I feel like it might be slightly better that the horse like leans in, and we have that same lean in that we see in the ref, where it's like leaning back this way. But I think it could still work with this. It wouldn't be as egregious. So that's one thing here with the pose, and I think that kind of explains it enough here. The other thing is the perceived distance that the flowers are away from us. We have this vignetting, right, of we have this vignetting of the space with these flowers, but the flowers on both sides appear to be basically very similar in size. So it's portraying this nice perspective that you have set up. My advice here would be that the way that the camera is actually closer to these ones on the left, you know, the way that you've set up the illustration, this is how I'm perceiving this. So these ones can stay like this size. What's going on here? Sorry. These ones can stay this size, all up here. Like, that's fine. They're getting closer to us. Like this. But these ones here, they need to be a bit further away from us, become not as big, or at least we have enough of them here that we can then see the transition to them getting larger, but I don't think they should ever get as large as the ones we see on this side, because it is betraying where we are in space. So these ones need to retain a certain amount of size to them that these ones aren't going to have, like this, and then they get progressively bigger towards us this way. I think that's very much going to sort of help where we are. You know, we're sort of looking at this, right? That's how I'm reading the perspective in here, something like that. Okay, so this stuff is further away and more in the illustration than this stuff, and currently in the illustration they appear to be at the same place, which is, again, adds to a little bit of the awkwardness of this. I think as well, I think it might be quite nice to have, you know, some idea of the plants, the flowers, like on this hill going up behind as well, and maybe even having some kind of curve in there that sort of pushes the eye again, like into the action. So we have a curve of, you know, flowers going over the hill behind that's coming in this direction, over here. And so that's, you know, essentially pulling us back into this again. So I'd maybe look at doing that. And then, yeah, I feel like that is going to help this illustration a ton. You picked a super difficult angle and pose for this, which is cool though. I think if you can pull it off, it'll look good. It's nice and dynamic. It uses the space well if you use this direction, the Z space. And yeah, just be careful about the relative sizing of things. But yeah, very nice. Sunken, thank you for the follow. But yeah, I guess books that are good to look at. Books to look at. Force is a really good book about sort of direction and energy and foreshortening in drawing figures. And also Michael Hampton, I think, is pretty good and more modern. Like, I don't know what you call him. Figure drawer. That has some very good books on the subject of drawing people and so on. Alrighty, so that's that. Sorry, I'm trying to get through these because I just want to get back to painting. But I want to give everyone their time, so let's get on to this. So, this one. Have a question here. Ayani, how does the asking for your feedback thingy works? So I have a small Discord, not the Discord that's linked on the Twitch page, but another Discord that I have for essentially, I guess I'd call it somewhat of a mentorship. And so all of these images are from people that are in that Discord and are receiving like somewhat of a sort of soft mentorship from me, whereby I'm helping them figure out the issues in their illustrations and so on. It is something that I'm experimenting with to see like what amount of time it takes up from me and how that works and so on. It's all free, but that's why I'm sort of working it out on a small scale, and you know, maybe somewhere down the line I'll be able to offer that as something that is I can open up to more people. So yeah, that's how it works at the moment. Like I said, I don't know to what end this is all working, so it's not something I can just like offer out at the moment. But anyway, all right, let's have a sorry, I just wanted a quick look at this to refresh my mind on that, but then okay, so 0. Just to give everyone like a small like backstory on this, it's essentially a sort of a play on the sort of Red Riding Hood sort of story. So in this in that sort of thing, so in this case, Red Riding Hood is actually sort of like the huntress, a wolf, and the monster or the wolf in this case is actually a kind of like a monstrous sheep kind of sort of sheep demon thing, right? And that's the sort of twist on the story. But hope it all goes well. Thank you. I can talk a bit more about it in a bit, because I just don't have any like future plans, let's say. So yeah, anyway, that's kind of the story here. We have the sort of the hunter, and the beast, and the story in the illustration here is that the hunter has seen, you know, the carcass or some, you know, the previous kill that the beast has had, and you know the beast is actually behind her here, and this is kind of like a moment before the battle or the, you know, conflict hits off. Yeah, that was kind of the backstory here. So yeah, I guess I picked this one out of the rest of the colors. We can quickly go back to the options here. For me, this is my favorite one out of the colors. I do think you've done a nice job of having the different variations. I feel like the top two for me, they're not quite as exciting. I think the browns in these kind of kill the palette a little bit, and I think D is actually still really nice, but it's like it's the most saturated one, and therefore feels like the most sort of otherworldly in a way. It's like slightly overdone, and it gives it like a little bit. It feels a little bit too friendly in a way, because there's a little bit too much saturation, and it sort of takes a little bit away of the sort of sickliness that you get from the top two. So yeah, I really think C is a good mix of having a bit more of a palette with some interesting hues. We've got the purples and pinks, we've got the blues, we've got some greys, we've got the reds, and so on. It has a nice mix of what everything else has in different capacities. Like A is a bit too bland. B introduces the yellows, which I think makes it feel a little bit too sickly in a way. It's like it's a bit too much of a jump into the warm. And then D is like a little bit too fantasy. So I think C is just the nice mix of all of them, to be fair. And like you said, that's your favorite one as well. So there we go. But yeah, it's a nice subtle hues in here, nice color palette overall. I think that works really quite nicely. Now, I think you said like the main issues you were having with this were kind of the readability, and I think I would agree here that actually the values are a little bit too similar over the whole illustration. We have stuff that is very much in the background, like these trees that are kind of vignetting the character, and those trees are actually as dark as parts of the character herself, and then this thing that's in the foreground isn't quite as dark as these. Like the end of the gun is really dark, this tree and so on. There's a lot of values that are being shared around the image in a way that is kind of making it a little bit more difficult to tell where things are in space, but that's an easy fix. And I think if I go here, for example, you can mix values front to back. When you see things in real life, like there are times where there is something that's in the distance that is quite a bit darker than something that's closer to you. So it's not to say it can't happen. And like here, I deliberately kept the values very close together. And there is an idea of like, oh, these darks here in the foreground don't exist back here. And there is like a hierarchy of values. It's just very close together. You see like the mountain is quite dark, but it's not as dark as this. And the mountain actually gets lighter the further back it goes. And so on. Like the values of this structure overall are lighter than these rocks. And these rocks are slightly lighter than right here. So it's very controlled. It's very close together. But there is this idea that front to back, the values are receding to a certain extent. And like we could do this more in the illustration, but part of what makes a stormy day look like that is that the values all get crushed together and you get this very sort of moody, overcast kind of feel about everything because there's not much light, so everything can remain a lot darker. Anyway, that being said, in here, if we go back to this, we see that we could probably take a little bit of that idea of taking values front to back and push back the values of everything in the background more and let them sit basically more in the background. And I think this would help overall with the kind of readability of the main character, but also to really put what's back there further back as more of the second read in the illustration, so that the first thing we concentrate on is our character and the position and the narrative of her finding the prey in the foreground that has been previously killed. Okay, and let's take this. I think we could probably go a little bit kind of browner with this so that we're not making it black. Very important. So we could do something a little bit more like this in this sense, right? So we knock this back. We just have a little pop of color for the eye. I would maybe not have so much contrast around these shapes of the trees, so that, again, we just keep the gaps there, but just not as contrasty. So we can see all of this a bit more, and then let this pop. Let the eye pop. Maybe, you know, we need a way of framing that a bit more with just like the shapes of the beast's head and so on, or the light that's hitting it. You know, maybe some of this light. It's just pulling out the edge of it a little bit. Something like this. You see the teeth a bit more, something like that. Okay. But this maybe helps to sort out the read, right? Because this interaction with this should be the first read. Okay? We need to understand that she, the main character here, is seeing this, which she's currently looking over here as well, which is another thing. She really needs to be looking at the thing in the foreground for us to make any sort of connection with that. Here's a tip for eyes. If you want to make the eyes look at something in an illustration, never paint the initial version of the eyes when you can't see the entire illustration. If you want to make a painting look like it's following you around the room, the trick to doing that is standing far enough back when you initially block in where the eyes are looking, enough that you can see the entire painting. If you are up close to the painting when you paint the eyes in, you can make them look at you there, but as you stand back, what you're basically going to do is end up with the eyes looking slightly cross-eyed. Right? If you need to paint the eyes looking at you, you need to be able to see the entire painting when you put them in. Because then you're viewing it from the same distance that the viewers are going to see the illustration from, and therefore the eyes are looking in the right direction. But if you zoom in, you're basically closing up the plane that the viewers are looking at it from, and so the eyes are only going to be correct from that distance. So, for example, if I block out the pupils here, we just go back like this. If I want to make her look at this stuff here, and I zoom in, okay, and I do this, do you see how when I zoom out, she now looks like she's looking at the end of her nose? Whereas when I was here, I was like, oh no, she's looking down, right? She's looking this way, at that thing on the floor. But I've zoomed in, so it's like I'm really close to her face. So what's happening is when I have changed the viewing plane, so where people look at the illustration from, where they see the entire illustration, do you see how now it appears like her eyes are starting to converge to like a point that's like here? And do you know what that point is? That's the plane, our viewing plane that we had when we zoomed in, right? We zoomed into this portion so we can see her this far. So now she's looking at this plane and not downwards out of the illustration. And that's what gives us this idea that the eyes are starting to converge. Okay? Similarly, we can try this. Let's say I wanted to make her look out of the illustration at us. And I zoom in and I do this, right? She's looking at me now. I'm zoomed in. Now where's she looking? Now she's looking like that way. She's looking at a plane, like a window that's in front of her, right? Essentially like this. Because that's where we were when we put the eyes in. So if I go back in, I'm like, oh, she's looking at me now. And then the further out I go, the more it looks like she's looking out of the illustration. If I want to make her look at me, okay, I have to be able to see the entire illustration, and I have to paint the eyes in, or at least mark where they're going to be, here. Right? And then you can go in and detail them. Right? So blocked them in where they should be. She's looking at me here. When I zoom in, you see now, she's still looking in that direction. So always make sure when you block the eyes in your illustration, regardless of where they're looking, that you do it when you can see the whole illustration. So in this case, we want her to look down here, right? So I can see the whole illustration on my screen now. I need to block the eyes in. At this point. Yeah, there we go. So I need to block the eyes in from here to make her look at the thing. Otherwise, it's going to appear like, again, she's looking somewhere else in the illustration. So it's really important. So whenever you're at a gallery, you know, and you see a portrait and it looks like it's looking at you wherever you are in the room, that's because when the artist first blocked those pupils in, and you can get really long brushes to do this with. I've got one that's like about 3 foot long, for example. So I can stand back and I can see my entire painting, the portrait, and that's when you block the eyes in. And then you can make it look at you, and then wherever you are in the room, it's going to look. So that's just the trick with that. I see this all the time because you zoom in because you're like, oh, it's a small thing. So I zoom in and I put the eyes in, but then they're looking like at their nose, or they're looking off somewhere else, and it starts to look really very weird. So yeah, make sure you do that. And then obviously you can zoom in and you can, you know, mess with them, put your smaller details in, put your reflections in, etc. But yeah, now she's looking here, which obviously if we need to make this thing in the foreground part of the narrative, like part of what's understood by what's going on, she needs to look at it. So that when we look at her first and we see that she's looking down here, we then pick this up. Okay? And that's important. So the other thing here, which I think is a bit more of a simple, it's more of a simple fix than it sounds, but to me it seems like this plane back here is doing this, is going like up behind her, and it feels a little bit kind of strange to me that would be the floor plane. There's something awkward about it. The way that this is set up makes me think that it's like this. Like camera. How am I going to do this? Okay, camera, floor, thing that's on the floor, the prey is here. And then, you know, she's here, and then obviously Beast back here. And the camera is set up in a way where it's quite low on the ground, and we're looking up, right? And that's fine. That's totally fine. And you can have an inclined plane here at the back. I just think we are seeing we're seeing the pose slightly incorrectly if this is the case. And yeah, let me put some notes down about that here. You're almost there. It's just it seems slightly off, and that's what's kind of confusing me a little bit. Yeah, it's a really nice really nice drawing, and I really love the composition of it as well. I think he did a really good job on this. I'm just trying to work out for me how she appears on the inclined plane, and essentially using the ellipses that the body creates through essentially being sort of cylindrical to better position her in space and in perspective, so that it doesn't quite feel as flat, I guess, is the only way I can put it, really. She just feels a little bit flat right now. And I think you can still keep the head for the most part exactly where it is. But I'm just sort of... I have to draw over it like this to figure it out for myself, where the body is, and how this works. It's a bit easier than me explaining it right this second, and then I'll get into the explanation. Okay, how do I get better doing forms and poses using more of my imagination? Because sometimes I don't have references for a specific perspective. I try to use boxes most of the time, but seems like I have a hard time getting it right. I've been noticing that a lot in my work, or when studying from figure drawing using boxes too. Okay, cool. Hey, Oracle. We did your critique, by the way. It was the one before this one, so you can catch it on the VOD afterwards. Just let you know. And Zero, I will get to your question more specifically in a second. Let me just finish sort of working this stuff out. In space a little bit more. Okay. So here with the pose, if I turn the painting off, I'm basically just trying to draw in the forms, but I always try and draw in these cross sections as well, because I think this really helps to see actually, you know, the direction that the forms are receding in space, and this can help quite a bit when it comes to the coloring, because it's going to essentially tell you which way things are facing. But if I turn this drawing off, I think you have a very nice pose, but I think because the construction here is a little less obvious, things like the back leg and the foreshortening in the arms, and even the orientation that the gun's in, seems a bit off to me. And I'll point a couple of those things out. The gun for me right now appears like it's bending around her, because I'm seeing the side plane of the handle here, which is like facing up and out this direction. Then I'm seeing a top plane here that's facing this direction, and I'm seeing a bottom plane here that's facing me directly. And so it looks like the side plane is now bending around here, and that the gun is actually curved. Whereas what I was thinking here is, with this drawing, and I'll put the planes in, that this would be the bottom face of the handle, facing more towards us, but still out in this direction. Okay? And then this would be the bottom plane of the gun, because we're very low down, so we're going to see this tipped away from us. Okay, and then the side plane would be foreshortened towards us here, and then it basically the side plane becomes like an edge on this side. So this would be like the orientation of the gun for me. So it's going backwards in space and going across her body front to back. Because you've set up this perspective where we're low down, we're looking like up into her, and she's crouched and leaning to look at the prey. And that's why I've put all these cross sections on here, is so that now we can see a little bit better where the planes are going in space. It kind of makes a little bit more sense of the forms in the illustration, and this is how I like to sort of draw things out for myself to figure that out. You know, even with the tree shapes here, this line work where I describe the cross section shows me actually a little bit more how this tree works in space, and how like this one could work. You know, it comes in and up and round and away from us and so on. And when it comes to blocking in the light on this, these cross sections are really quite useful for that, because you can actually see the planes of things. So this is how I'd alter the pose potentially, and the forms to be a bit more interesting, and actually to be a little bit more in space and correct in space. I think we basically just have too many things where it's just like everything reads like this, and it's all very stiff, you know. And then if you look at essentially what I was trying to do on the drawer over here, is I'm being dynamic. Everything has curvature, and it's either going towards us or away from us. This part of the arm is going away from us. This part of the arm is coming towards us. This part of the arm is coming towards us, and so is this part of the arm, and in increasing degrees. Similarly with the leg, I think you did the leg pretty well on yours, in this front leg at least. But yeah, the idea is it's coming slightly towards us in this direction, and then it's coming really towards us in the bottom half. And then, yeah, I'm just extrapolating this, so on and so forth, and giving us an idea of the space. But you can see here with all these construction lines on it, if I then turn up this under here, you could use this to correct the painting and how the light's hitting things, and you would get a pretty decent like block in from that, and so on. It's just really helpful when it comes to rendering to really think about the cross section of everything and which way it's facing. Then you'll have less questions as to like what color should it be, because you'll kind of know already. So you're saying how can you practice this? And I think the shortest answer is mileage, just doing it more. But I think what's kind of important, I guess, is we say to use boxes and cylinders as a way of simplifying the information down to understand what's facing what direction and so on and so forth. But what you need to remember is that these are just concepts to get an idea into your head about how to simplify, and they're not perfect because they are simplifications. There is always like another level that you can go, and the simplification will break at a certain point. If I can only use rectangles to cuboids, let's say, and cylinders, okay, to draw the body, okay, there is a point at which it doesn't matter how dynamic the pose, okay, how dynamic the pose, it's always going to look stiff, because the simplification that I'm using here has limitations. It has parallel lines, okay, and because of that, it has even thicknesses, it has right angles, or at least corners, and so on. It really doesn't matter past a certain point what pose I draw like this. If I can only use these shapes and stick and not twist them or anything like that, it's always going to be stiff. But this is very helpful for understanding the existence of a side plane, of a front plane, of an underside plane, and getting used to the concept that if I change the orientation of this, you know, to this, it's very good for me to understand, like, oh, okay, this is twisted in space, and now I'm seeing, you know, the planes moving in a different area. Because if I just look at the human body in all of its complexity and all of its shape, this concept can be very difficult for a beginner to grasp, right? But I know that you already understand this part of it, but what I'm saying is the simplification of these shapes can only take you so far. At a certain point in time, it's too simple to describe something more dynamic. And that's why this is only good for understanding orientation in space and initially proportions, right? Past a certain point, though, you need to start developing a way of drawing that incorporates these ideas but is more nuanced and allows you to become more dynamic. So you can see, if I keep this on the page, and I just take her out of this for a sec. Okay. What I start to do within this framework is I'm still thinking of things simply so that I can get them down, but I introduce a little bit more nuance into those shapes that is closer to what you see in the body, and this enables me to be more dynamic with the drawing but still retain the information that is important for me to understand when I come to render. So instead of cylinders having a straight side like this, on the arm here, now my cylinders, you know, curve and have, you know, a thicker end and a thicker and a thinner end, for example. And this convergence of line it gives it a bit more dynamism, but enables me to describe things like the arm a bit more closely to how the arm appears in real life. Similarly with the legs here, you know, I choose the initial direction, I give it like a curved side, okay, and I'm tapering those cylinders again, and I bring even the calf out in this one and do them like that. It's the same principle. It's still simplified compared to real life, but it is a bit more nuanced. You know, you could even describe the knee as a little cube in here, right? It's a little bit more nuanced, which enables me to be more dynamic. Because like I said, past a certain point, you just can't get dynamic enough using cuboids and cylinders. Similarly with the body, instead of like the entire, you know, sort of chest, or basically the bones, right? I'm using like the pelvis and the rib cage here as two cuboids, right? What I now try and think of is like, I imagine that I have kind of two sort of stiffer parts with inside a softer middle, okay? So now what this enables me to do is be a bit more dynamic with the twisting of something. So if I want something to kind of dip and face me, I can think of the bone part underneath. Like I draw this in, and I even draw this stuff in rounded, right? You know, this cube. And then I draw my pelvis in, and I draw that kind of rounded. Feels a bit more naturalistic, right? And then I can introduce the twist, and this bit, you know, this is going to bulge out, and this bit's going to stretch, and so on. You know, and this is using these ideas, but it's allowing for a bit more of the nuance of the human body to come through, and it starts to feel a little bit more natural and dynamic in that way. And yeah, in this way, I guess you advance the simplification on 1 or 2 levels. It's a bit like the analogy of having a map, right? A map is a symbol, a representation of a place, okay? And if you, at a certain point, enlarge the map to be as large as real life, it's still only a representation of what's there. It can never be the same detail. And that's why these kind of simplifications for drawing the body are very good to early on, to understand the simple concept of things facing a different direction. But they are never going to get you to the point of drawing like a really dynamic figure in space, in and of themselves. That the simplification needs to become more complicated and become closer to real life for it to start mimicking it. And it doesn't need to become as detailed or as nuanced, but it needs to move in that direction for you to be able to do it. So this stuff is really quite abstract. This, but it's only to serve a certain point. Anyway, okay. First time chatter. Here we go. It's pretty interesting how you also make it have volume just by the base sketch, which is really cool. Yeah, I mean the volume is important to understand here, right? It's an important nuance to have when it comes to rendering, because if you don't know which way the plane is facing, you can't render it properly. Amazing demo. Hey, Maddie. Yo, what's up? How you going? Long time no speak. Great to see you. Was really happy. Calcidworth told me you were streaming again. Yes, yeah, I'm streaming again 3 days a week at the moment. And yeah, we're just going over some critiques of some viewers' work, and then yeah, getting back to painting, which is pretty much what I'm going to do in a second. So I'm happy to take more questions while we're on the subject of figure drawing and stuff like that. I'm just very quickly gonna take a very short bathroom break. I'll leave you looking at the picture that we're gonna finish working on afterwards. And yeah, if you guys have got any questions about what I just went over, just stick them in the chat, and as soon as I get back from the bathroom, we can go over them. All right? Thank you. See you in a sec. Yo, I'm back. Sorry. Thank you for that. Thank you for the short break. I'm back. So, what's going on here? I will save these paintovers out and send them to you guys on the Discord, and obviously the VODs for these will be on YouTube straight away after the stream, so that you can view them whenever. I made a playlist of all of the streams so far, which is linked in the About section on the Twitch page under the YouTube heading. And yeah, I made some thumbnails for those as well, so that you can actually tell the videos apart as well. Okay. So yeah, just to let you know, you can see any of these critiques again, and for those people who actually own these images, I will send you the PSDs with these scribbles in, so that you have something to refer back to as you go. But yeah, let's have a look. You got a question here, Zero. When you said for me to practice this more, could you explain it further? For example, would this be with gesture drawing? Because with gesture drawing, most of the time you only draw the person, but not in any background. Sometimes I do get lost to see if all of the forms are in the same perspective or not. Yeah, to be honest, you can do this with figure drawing, and I do this at life drawing. Let's draw it in here. When I am at life drawing, like you said, it's a bit more helpful for me to actually, for myself, to know that I'm drawing things in the correct orientation than it is to like ultimately try and copy what's in front of me verbatim. So I don't just focus on the model. Like a lot of the time, what I will do is, let's say I've got sorry, I got distracted. Yeah, so instead of like, I've got a 20-minute pose at life drawing, instead of me just like trying to draw the figure really detailed in that time, I treat it like I'm still drawing a 5-minute pose and just think about the orientations of things. But I try and include things in the room to do this. So let's say I'm sitting there and the model, I'll just draw these in boxes just to keep this simple. The model is KB Scribbles is now following. Thanks for the follow. And the model is like reclining back on a chair, or on a chaise lounge, as it were. And they're sort of sat there like this. Maybe the legs are crossed. Okay, and I'm seeing it from this orientation. Like I'm sat on the floor, and I'm seeing this person sat on the thing like this, right? Hand down here. And I've got a long time. I've got like 20 minutes to do this. What I then start to do is like work around the background, and maybe there's other people on the other side of the room here, and they're drawing, and this is where I start to think, like, where am I in relation to this? What would the perspective grid like look like in this particular scenario? And start to line up things in the background, like other people drawing. So this guy's sat at a desk, okay, and he's drawing here like this, and then maybe the teacher's walking around and he's looking over this guy's shoulder and he's standing there, and then there's another person sat here, and then yeah, so on and so forth. I try and do this at the life drawing, where I am essentially building up the scene and trying to understand where I am in relation to everything and what perspective everything else is in, and that way, I'm sort of practicing this idea of like orientation and where things are, instead of just I'm only drawing the model that's there. So I can find that quite helpful to practice, and that's if you're doing things from life. If you're working from photos, I find it quite helpful. Things that are quite interesting to do, and these are something that is very good for this in particular, because you usually get pretty good angles. Something I used to quite like doing was get a photo of a surfer. And why is that? Because you always get these, like, usually the photographer is in the wave taking the photo, and so you get these really good dynamic poses with a lot of foreshortening. Grabbing a few here. Just grabbing a few for the idea. Okay, so get all of these. Turn the opacity down. And yeah, basically looking at these, because they're all very dynamic, right? Pretty much most limbs are foreshortened in one direction, either away or towards us. And we're seeing them from like pretty off angles, like we're either below them, like here, we're right in front of them, but they're really leaning into us, or like this, we're quite far away, but she's tipped like towards us, and they're in motion already, which I find a lot more helpful than like posing packs, because usually it's just someone in a studio and there's no motion and there's no real gravity going on, whereas photos of like people actually doing stuff, you can see where the weight distribution is, it's more natural, and so on. Sorry, I'm just reading the things. Okay, cool. Right, so yeah, with these, you can draw over them if you need to in the beginning, but yeah, surfing photos are amazing for this. Because they're so dynamic, and you can use a certain amount of simplification, right, to get this. Don't worry about it being like super in proportion, or even very detailed, but the idea is to just try and understand what the orientation of these things is and try and draw them in a way that is like, taking the essence of what you're seeing, trying to learn and understand from it, and see if you can get the same feeling and sense of weight and gravity, and so on. So, and cross sections. Cross sections are your friend when it comes to understanding orientation. It's very difficult to understand if a form is going away from you in a drawing only if you don't draw the cross section on it. Okay, so yeah, this is how I'd start to look at this kind of photo. and ask yourself, where is this form going in space? Where is it in relation to, say, like the center line of the body? You know, even draw yourself a center line for every form to understand this first. So center line here, then the neck like this, chest, like underside of the chest, stomach, like groin area, then this would be the front of this leg, center of the knee, going down, and the center of this knee is actually the contour. Okay, so on. Center of this form here, then it's coming towards us, and then this is really foreshortened, and so on. You draw these on, and then, you know, you get an understanding of where this stuff is in space and of the simplification. Okay, and then you can also look at the gesture of these things and try and simplify that as well. So for example, like this lady going around like this, and then the leg coming up, we can make this a little bit more like dynamic, right? By pushing that stuff even further. Gonna run out of space here. Rookie mistake. And so on and so forth. Etc., etc. Okay, so you can draw them over as well as a kind of the first thing to do if you're still struggling with it. Like draw it like this and then try and draw it from memory afterwards. But yeah. There we go. That's how you can practice that stuff. So sorry, I just wanted to read what Oracle said. Just watch the feedback for my piece. I kind of need for the storytelling for my Ghost of Tsushima piece to have Jin looking ahead. He's not grabbing the flowers, just brushing his hand through. Okay, that's fine. But thank you, I appreciate it. Regardless, the pose is absolutely crazy. Yeah, his pose is hard. I think you can still, you know, use what we had in the crit to get the end, you know, to get the same thing that you wanted. If you look up the title scene of Ghosts of Tsushima, he does actually reach over to brush his hands through the flowers. They're in a different pose. Okay, fair enough. Random, I use people swimming underwater as ref for people flying in the air. Necessary for people getting bulldozed by a charging behemoth. Yeah, exactly. Kevin, hi everyone, how are we? Yeah, we're decent, mate. We're decent. How are you? Okay, guys, I gotta paint on this. I'm glad we got through some of the critiques. I think there's some really cool stuff there. Sorry it took me a lot longer than I had anticipated, but that's how it goes. I think it's fine. But yeah, I do want to get into some painting on this because yeah, I want to move on to something else soon. So let's do some painting on this one. Awesome, this helped me immensely. I have a clear idea of what to do in my illustration and what to study. Thanks a lot. Hey, you're more than welcome, honestly. Like, thanks for letting me go over the images on stream. It's brave of you guys to let me critique them in public, but yeah, it's fun. I think everyone gets a lot out of it if I can do them on stream, like not just you guys whose images they are, but for everyone watching. Hopefully it's helpful to see how I'm thinking about these things, and how to maybe take some of those lessons back to your own illustrations and look at them a bit more objectively, I guess. Absolutely bonkers how fast you painted this. Irathilia, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Yeah, what's it been? I think we've spent like maybe 8 hours on this. We did 2 full streams, and they're about 4 hours each, but I wasn't painting the whole time. And we haven't done much of it today. So yeah, I'd say it's less than 10 hours, yeah, on this. But I think if you work from like the general things first, and then obviously work and get more specific as you go, stuff like this doesn't need to take forever. And yeah, I guess the experience comes into that a certain amount. Glowing of Darkness, thank you for the follow. You're welcome. Welcome to the stream. So I'm just using the shapes from the study that we started the stream with to kind of build out some of these clouds. But the idea with these is that there's still there's quite a lot of wind, right? Shout out to Maddie for linking the stream. Hey Maddie, thank you for the link out. That's really very nice of you. Appreciate that very much. And Magenta Bruin, thank you also for the follow. But yeah, these clouds, right, they're like storm clouds, and they're sort of rolling through. So there's quite a lot of like movement and you know, the rain over here and stuff like that. So they're not meant to be sort of really super detailed. You know, there's meant to be a certain amount of, you know, just like windsweptness going on. So yeah, that's why they're going to get a little less detailed, and it's a little bit more about the movement of them overall. But still trying to keep the shape stylized. There's kind of like a point where they could be too vague and soft, and that would defeat the purpose. And there's a point where they could be like too over designed and like have too much of a shape, and then they just look very static again. So that was what I was struggling with the clouds, is the difference between having them feel very like they're passing through fairly fast and them feeling too static, along with obviously keeping them in perspective to a certain degree. And messing with the scale. What's very important with the clouds is, in this case, we have a very low horizon. You know, the camera is not too far off the floor. Let's put on the grid. You can see this. So the camera is not too far off the floor, and we're looking like quite severely upwards, you know? And that means we've got a lot of sky between us and the horizon. So like these clouds above us, we see a lot more from the below, and then as we get like further towards the horizon, we're seeing them more from the side. So that's why you see all these tiny little clouds all the way back here. The closer we get to the horizon, the closer we are to seeing them fully side on. So we're now seeing like these sort of strands of small cloud at the horizon in front of like these much kind of larger ones that we're now looking up towards. So we're going to see like the bottom planes of stuff over here. It's important to keep that in mind with clouds. They tend to get ignored that way because they're not like a regular shape in any way. So you're just like, oh, you don't need to worry about the perspective with the clouds because they're not really any sort of recognizable shape. That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong, buddy. It's Vici, if I've said that right. Thanks for the follow. There's no cloud perspective in Basingsi. I don't know what that means. I don't know what you're saying. Yeah, I've been practicing on environments back on stream just because it's something that, you know, I mostly do character stuff, and therefore, and that's not to say I don't paint environments, but most of my work is very character centric. At least most of the client work I do is character centric, and the opportunity to like paint backgrounds, you know, I work with environment artists, okay, and they're really sick at painting backgrounds. So whenever I'm working on an illustration that requires like, you know, a fairly detailed natural background, the environment, I'm going to give that to environment artists to do. They're going to do it 10 times quicker than me, and it's going to be better than mine, and so on. So it's just something that I'm like a little bit out of practice with, but it's something I really like doing. And so I started streaming like just before Christmas. I was like, oh, I'm going to do like a character piece, you know, and this, that, and the other. But what happened was like, I was actually probably should use this time a bit better to do something that I need practice in and not something that I know like really how to do. So I just then got a bit more interested in doing these on stream. And so that's where we're at with this. But I will go back to that character piece that we started. Tiny Cirrus Cloud. Very, very apt name for someone to follow at this point in time. So yeah, I will go back to that character piece that we started because I was enjoying it. But yeah, it's right now seems like this is where my interest lies, and yeah, you kind of have to follow your interests if you want to do stuff on stream. To be honest, I find it very difficult to like paint something on stream I'm not interested in. So yeah. And the other thing is that I'm trying to basically make or streamline my process a bit more, whereby the way that I paint the landscapes and the way that I paint characters is very, very similar. As in, I use pretty much the exact same techniques to do both. And it's kind of practicing that and helping me to realize that a bit more doing this. So there you go. That's why it's happening. It's from Avatar: The Last Airbender, where a girl says, "There's no war in Ba Sing Se," in a propaganda-esque way, while there's clearly war going on. So fellow truth denier, there is no collapse. Oh, okay, got you. Some nerd stuff. Just say it's nerd stuff, alright? Just say, Alex, it's nerd stuff. And I'll be like, sure. Have your moment. Go off, King. Okay, and how does this fit with our grading? Yeah, nice. Yep. Time to watch The Last Airbender for the 40th time again. Ting 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 sahur. Yeah, indeed. Ting 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 sahur. And a glorbo a fruttadillo. They're my two favourite Italian brain rot animals. No, I didn't say it's not nerdy. I said it is nerdy. You nerd. Really an Alex stream without a cameo. Ting 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 sahur. No, you're right. It's not. It's just so good to say. It just kind of really rolls off the tongue quite nicely. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, yeah. This image. I think, it is getting fairly close to me kind of being like, okay, yeah, that's enough for a stream painting, and I'll do something else. There are some bits that I will continue with on here, though. Tidying up of bits and so on. But yeah, it's been fun, this one. So I had an idea of like a different environment that I kind of wanted to do, like a sort of another one that I would do in the similar vein to this. You know, like sulfur pools that you get in, like, you know, where you have natural hot springs and geysers and stuff, like in Yellowstone National Park. You get sulfur pools. They're like yellow. You've seen them. You know what a sulfur pool is, don't you? So yeah, I thought, you know, this one was very grey and so on. And yeah, would it be nice to do something a bit more colourful? And then my wife suggested, what about like sulfur terraces? You know, like these. So you got like sulfur pool terrace thing going on, which is pretty cool. And like, yeah, there's just a lot of cool coloring and stuff like that. But trying to do it a little bit like with a bit more verticality as well. So I'm going to have a little think about what the composition could be for something like that. But that could be like another one that we do. Because this one is obviously it's what it is. But it's intentionally kind of quite open and sort of bleak. Dan Zulian, thank you for the follow. Yeah, it's intentionally quite open and quite bleak, you know, because that is kind of narratively important for this. It's got to come across as like this really storm-swept cove, and therefore, yeah, it isn't quite super detailed or anything. Chinny 2D, thanks for the follow. But I was thinking, yeah, the next one we do, I might want to do something that's a bit more. I'm just going to try a few things out here as well. Yeah, we might want to do something that's a little bit more sketchling. Thanks for the follow. Bit more verticality in it. Something that has a little bit, yeah, just a different feeling to it overall. And I think sulfur pools could be like a good start to that, but maybe with a, you know, some kind of other idea that plays into it and gives us the verticality that I'm looking for. So potentially we might start something like that tomorrow. Or I go back to the image that we started with on stream, which I can show now, I guess, for everyone that's not seen it. Sorry, I'm just going to open it up. Alright, it's got to open up files where you can't see in case I accidentally open any stuff, any work stuff that you're not allowed, that you cannot see, because that would get me in lots of trouble. Here we go. It's gonna open up in a second. So yeah, this is what we started working on a few weeks ago, just before Christmas. Was this, and so yeah, we could continue with this as well. It might be quite nice to jump back onto something like this. So either way, we got lots of stuff coming. But yeah, we could work on this guy. That'd be quite nice coming back to him after a bit of a break, and painting landscapes, because we could get in and paint these clouds up all juicy. And yeah, just get back into this a little bit more. So there's that. But yeah, I may want to do another landscape as well. So we'll see. We will see. So I'm just trying this out here. A couple of more sort of like shipwrecky, ribby kind of shapes in here. I wanted this to have, you know, obviously it's called Shipwreck Cove, so yeah, it's got some shipwreck stuff in it. But at a certain point, I was thinking like, oh man, the illustration just feels like it only has this boat and this boat, and so I started wanting to introduce a little bit more of these. We even had some like big ones in the foreground, you know, but we decided that the ones in the foreground here kind of shut us out of the information, the illustration a little bit, and they sort of break up the line. Although I think when I post this, when it's done, I might post two versions, like, you know, this version and this version, because I do like both for different reasons. So yeah, we'll do that. But anyway, I just want to add a bit more ship stuff. And that's tangenting with the mountain, so we'll move that. And then, yeah, I think I think what I'll do in future, just thinking about the critiques and stuff, is that every now and again I'll do like a whole stream where we just do critiques, and that way it's kind of like the whole stream is dedicated to it, and we can really do a deep dive on certain concepts and on the illustrations that we get, and like really get deep on it and help. And that way we're not sort of jumping around between lots of different things, and that means we can also just get more into the individual illustrations, and a bit more into like theory and that kind of stuff, and it just makes the stream a bit more cohesive overall. Because like I'm coming back to painting this now, and my brain has not been on it because it's been doing the critiques, and now I'm just like, yeah, whatever. But I think it's probably a better way to do it. Yo, this illustration is crying out for some birds, but I'm really holding off. I did like the idea of having like a, like a crow or something up on here, but I'm gonna refrain. Okay, so can I get a noisy airbrush? Release the birds. Yeah, exactly. Gonna get a noisy airbrush. I'm gonna make a lighten layer. And I'm basically gonna see about sort of homogenizing the values in certain places, really sort of crunching them. Isn't that a whole thing? Certain birds at sea circling shipwrecks in search for food. Yeah, I mean, you always get seagulls like following fishing boats, don't you? Getting scraps and all kinds of seabirds. But yeah, I think there's just birds and everything. Fuck it, Leviathan in the background. Yeah, big ass kraken. Yeah, you could go like full Pirates of the Caribbean in here. It's like, you know, and you know, and have the Kraken all like this, but we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Yeah, we could make it a part of the same series as the other one and just have the UFO again. It's the UFO in 1600s. He's back. So what I'm doing here is I'm just like ever so slightly pulling the values in the image closer together. So you see like this and like this. And I'm doing this because I really want it to feel very humid and like overcast in the weather. And when it is very humid and overcast, there's a lot of moisture in the air, and that pulls basically the valley, all the contrasts down. You got a lot of refraction going on in the air, and you don't have a lot of like very strong direct light. So the difference between like the lightest values and the darkest values gets very like crushed together. And that's what the mood of the painting wants to be. And like, you know, when I paint it like this, I sort of get as close as I can to that around the place, but inevitably like I sort of paint things in a way that is like a bit easier to see, you know. And now it's sort of coming to a close. I'm starting to pull these values together a bit more, and just I guess pull it more into the range that I want it to be in. And this is going to just make it a little bit tighter in terms of value. And then I'm just seeing like what I can basically get away with in terms of pushing a little bit the focal point. Ultimately, I still want it to be very subtle, so there is something, you know, I could potentially, right, do something like this, where it's like, oh, that the sun, you know, is like low on the horizon, so, you know, it's backlighting this more, and we just get like a little hint of like, you know, the edge of the sail catching a bit of that light, a bit of the rigging. Like there's a little bit of this thing going on, and like that light is very close to the horizon. It's like the sun. Pardon me, I'm gonna sneeze. I could do that, but to me it feels like that gives the illustration a little bit of hope. You know, there's like a little bit of a warmth in it. And I still want it to feel sort of quite dark, you know, but still have this little pop of color maybe nearer the boat, just to pull our eye there. But not much. Not much of it. And maybe this is even too much. Just needs to be a little pop. This looks like a wallpaper from Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. Oh yeah, I actually never played that when it came out. It looked like a sort of a fun, sort of a not fun. Like obviously it's a pretty intense game, but I do kind of like a game that isn't necessarily all about. It's more like a cinematic experience that you play in rather than like an actually super mechanically deep game or anything. I think there was The Order 1886 was like that. It was pretty basic on a gameplay level, but it was just like a sort of a movie that you played, and the graphics were really good, and it was just, yeah, it was kind of like playing a film, and I don't mind that sometimes as a game. I think sometimes that kind of stuff gets a bit get panned because people are like, well, it's super easy and like the game's only 6 hours long or whatever. But as a playable movie, as a genre, I think those are quite cool. Okay, 50. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna. I know I've been calling this image Shipwreck Cove, but I think it's going to be called No Grave But the Sea. And yeah, I think I would probably like post 2 versions of it, like this version without the extreme foreground ship ribbing, and then the version with it as well. So this one as well, because I think I really can't decide between both, and like I like them both for different reasons. But yeah, I think in terms of like a short environment painting from kind of start to finish is a bit of a tutorial for you guys, but B, just something that I wanted to try and practice. Yeah, I feel like this went quite nicely. I learned a lot from it. You know, specifically in the earlier streams where I basically just built out the entire composition with flat shapes. And that really enabled us to just focus on the space, and worked out better than sort of drawing it all. And I think for the next one, like I said, I really want to play a bit more with the verticality. Like this one above the horizon line, this one is quite empty, and that is for the mood of this particular piece. But I want to try something where like we're kind of in a bit more of a cavernous space that maybe even goes like down and up. What I mean is, let me open Pano Painter and show you. Loves the vibes, reminds me of Turner, eh? Yeah, I'd love to have seen the Turner paintings like when they were painted in their heyday. I think they would have looked so good. I think now like a lot of them are so faded, and the colors have changed because of the varnish and just their age and that kind of stuff, that obviously they're still very impressive, don't get me wrong, but there is a certain amount of them that is changed and can never be gotten back, and I just wish I'd seen them like fresh, to really get the measure of them, So yeah, what I mean with verticality is I would like to maybe do something where sorry, just putting the grid in here, or at least some part of the grid, so you can see what I'm doing. Okay. Sorry, I just need more of the vertical in there. Okay, so something like this where obviously we've got the horizon in here. So up here we're sort of looking up at these things. But imagine if like this goes down past the horizon. So now we're looking like below as well, and we'd have like sort of terraces of like sulfur pools that go down with these kind of structures that go up. So we'd have like big sort of structures like this that are going both up and down. And then we have all of these like terraces that go out and down and blah blah blah. And we're just seeing this big sort of space like this. It might be quite cool to do something like this. It'd need quite a bit of working out. That's why I need to sort of sit with my sketchbook for a while and do it. But you could even have like this part up here be open to the sky, right? And so you've got, you know, sky holes in a sort of a lattice work shining through, and then you've got all these sort of towers of like sulfur and like stalagmites, stalactites on the ceiling, that kind of stuff. But then down here, it's like these are terraces, and pools at different depths, you know, and maybe like the water level is different, so on. And there'd be a lot of like the mist, not mist, oh man, my brain. There would be all the sort of smoke from the sulfur pools that would kind of, you know, be between the pillars and give a lot of depth to it, and sort of interesting shapes and stuff like that. That could be a very cool illustration, which would be different again from what we've just done. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's more interesting if we're looking a bit more down, you know, and we get like real depth. So there's like pools all the way down here, you know, and this terrace is like has an edge to it, goes down there, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I need to have a little think, basically, about exactly how I want that to work. So I'll have a bit of a think about that this evening, and maybe we'll start this one tomorrow, or maybe we'll work on the character that I showed you. See how I feel in the morning. But yeah, this could be interesting. This one would be a good one to get into some perspective stuff as well, obviously, because duh. But this sort of 5-point perspective is a bit of a brain melter, but is very looks very cool in an illustration overall. So yeah, could be a thing. I'll take a quick screenshot of this just in case we want to run with that idea. All right. And I'll put that screenshot in a new file. Alrighty. So I will have to end the stream there for today. So yeah, just want to say thanks everybody for coming along. It was again, it was a very great stream. I enjoyed it very much. Thanks to all of you guys who submitted paintovers. Again, really great stuff. Nice to see what you're all working on. And yeah, I hope those crits went well. I'll save out the PSDs and I'll make those available to you. And otherwise, if you want to watch what happened at the beginning of the stream, please check out the YouTube link below. It will take you to a playlist of all the past streams that we've done, where you can watch and catch up with what we've been up to. So that being said, I wish everyone a great day. I'll be back streaming same time tomorrow. I don't know what we're going to be doing yet, but we'll figure it out. So cool. Thanks for all the new followers, and yeah, take care everyone. Toodaloo.